Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The line between my living room and the hallway was never a line at all, not until tonight. It was just a space you passed through, a transition from the soft glow of lamplight on a book's page to the cooler, quieter dark where we slept. But tonight, that boundary feels like a cliff edge. The light from the Tiffany lamp on the end table does not so much end as it is consumed, the Persian rug's intricate patterns dissolving into a pool of shadow that seems deeper than mere absence of light. It feels like a place where things could be lost or could emerge. It is the kind of line a body might cross without a sound, leaving no trace but a change in the air, a cooling, a silence that has weight and texture. I am staring at it, a man who has built his life on the solid, unyielding lines of the law, and I feel the first true vertigo of my 52 years. The doorbell rings, a sound both mundane and at this hour profoundly wrong. It is past 11. The chime is a scalpel slicing through the quiet of my home. Claudia, my wife, shifts on the sofa beside me, her knitting needles going still. Her eyes meet mine, wide and uncomprehending. We are not people who receive visitors after 9. The world outside, the manicured lawns and whispering oaks of our quiet community, is supposed to respect such lines. I rise, my body moving with a strange, heavy reluctance, and cross that uncertain border from light to dark. The hardwood floor of the hallway is cool through my socks. Through the leaded glass of the front door, I see the fractured, distorted shapes of two men, their outlines bleared by the rain. I open it. The night air is wet and cold, smelling of soaked earth and decay. 2 detectives stand on my porch, their overcoats dark with moisture. The older one, a man with a face like worn leather, does the talking. His name is Iverson. He asks if I am Jerome Elwood. I say that I am. He asks if Grantley Elwood is my son. A coldness separate from the night's chill begins to spread through my chest. I say that he is. He tells me they need to speak with him. There has an incident. A boy is dead. The details come in fragments, sharp and glittering like broken glass. Joel Miller, a name I know, a boy from Grantley's school. Found in the old quarry on the edge of town, a place kids go to drink and dare each other, a place of jagged rocks and deep, cold water. His skull was fractured. It was not an accident. They are in Grantley's room now, the detectives. My son, my 17-year-old boy with his quiet eyes and a love for bird watching, is sitting on the edge of his bed, wrapped in a silence so complete it seems to absorb the very questions they are asking him. Claudia is downstairs, weeping into her hands, a soft, hopeless sound that is worse than any scream. I stand in the hallway outside his door, that blurred boundary once again. I am Jerome Elwood, assistant prosecutor for the county, a man who has spent 30 years on the side of the law that knocks on doors, not the one that opens them. The line has not just been crossed, it has been erased. The days that follow are a slow-motion collapse. The investigation is a storm that strips everything bare. Grantley, they say, was the last person seen with Joel. There was an argument, witnessed by others, over a girl, over money, over some petty schoolyard slight that suddenly carries the weight of a life. They find Grantley's pocket knife near the scene, a small, sharp thing I gave him for his birthday. He claims he lost it weeks ago. His alibi is a shifting, uncertain thing, a story of walking alone by the river, of watching the night herons, a story that has no witness but the moon. I sit with him in the sterile, bright interview room, my professional self screaming at the procedural errors, the leading questions, while my paternal self is simply trying to breathe. His eyes, the same shade of gray as my own, meet mine across the table. They are clear and deep, and I cannot see to the bottom of them. "I didn't do it, Dad," he says, and his voice is so calm, so flat, it terrifies me. There is no fear in it, no outrage, only a simple statement of fact. It is the voice of someone reading from a script. Eliezer, my old friend, my boss, the chief prosecutor, takes me to lunch. We sit in a quiet corner of a restaurant where we have celebrated convictions. The clink of silverware and the murmur of other conversations feel like sounds from another life. He speaks softly, his face a mask of pained sympathy. "Jerome, you need to step back. This is a conflict of interest of the highest order. We have to hand the case over to the state's office. You understand? I understand." I am being gently, firmly shown my new place. I am on the other side of the table. I am the man whose son is the suspect. We hire a lawyer the best money can buy, a man named Sterling whose suits cost more than my car and whose eyes are like polished stone. He talks about strategy, about reasonable doubt, about the lack of physical evidence linking Grantley directly to the body. He uses words like circumstantial and motive. He never uses the word innocent. Claudia fractures. She moves through the house like a ghost, touching things Grantley-esque childhood photographs, a model airplane he built as if trying to reassemble the past. She looks at me sometimes, and I see the question in her eyes, a question she cannot give voice to. Do you think he did it? It is a question I ask myself 1,000 times a day, and the silence that answers is deafening. The community becomes a hostile landscape. The friendly nods at the grocery store are gone, replaced by averted eyes and hurried steps. Our house, once a place of book clubs and neighborhood barbecues, becomes an island. The phone rings with calls from reporters, their voices buzzing like flies against a window pane. Grantley-esque school expels him pending the outcome of the trial. We are pariahs, defined by a single, terrible act. Trial begins in the dead heat of late summer. The courtroom is a theater of polished wood and stale air. I sit in the front row, behind the defense table, close enough to touch my son's shoulder, yet he feels 1,000 miles away. Eliezer for the state is a study in quiet power. He does not grandstand. He lays out the facts like a man placing stones on a grave. The timeline, the argument, the knife, the lack of a credible alibi. He paints a picture of a quiet, resentful boy who snapped. I watch the jury, their faces a gallery of judgment. I see them look at Grantley, at his impassive face, and I see their doubt harden into certainty. I have stood where Eliezer stands. I know the rhythm of a case falling into place. I know the sound of a lock turning. Sterling fights, he picks at the edges. He highlights the lack of DNA, the fact that no one saw the actual push. But it is like trying to stop the tide with a broom. One afternoon, during a recess, I go to the men's room. I am splashing water on my face when Eliezer walks in. The room is empty but for us. He stands beside me at the sink, not looking at me, adjusting his tie in the mirror. His reflection is pale and severe. "I'm sorry it has come to this, Jerome," he says, his voice low. "You know I have a job to do." "It's not the job, Eli," I say, my voice rough. "It's the certainty. You seem so sure." He finally turns to look at me, and in his eyes I see not the friend but the prosecutor. "The facts are sure, Jerome. It's a parent's job to doubt them. It's my job to present them." He dries his hands on a paper towel, crumples it, and drops it in the bin. "The boy is dead. Someone is responsible. The evidence points to your son." He leaves, and I am alone with the sound of a dripping faucet, with the reflection of a man I no longer recognize. That night I cannot sleep. I wander the house, a stranger in my own life. I find myself in Grantley-esque room. It is neat, too neat for a teenager. The books on his shelf are arranged by height. His desk is clear save for a single framed photograph of a hawk in flight. I sit on his bed, the same bed the detective stood over. I open the drawer of his nightstand. There is a journal. My heart hammers against my ribs. This is a violation, a crossing of a line I have always respected. But all the lines are gone now. I open it. The pages are not filled with the angsty poetry or secret confessions I might have expected. Instead, they are observations, detailed clinical notes on the birds he watches. The red-tailed hawk circling on a thermal, the precise stabbing motion of a heron catching a fish, but interspersed are other notes, descriptions of people: Joel Miller, His laugh is like metal scraping, one entry reads. Another, he moves through the hallways as if he owns the air. There is no anger, no hatred. Only a detached, almost scientific cataloging, and then a single sentence dated the week before Joel died. To erase a sound, you must silence the source. I close the book, my hands trembling. It is not a confession. It is something worse. It is the key to a door I am not sure I want to open. It is the mind of my son laid bare, and it is a cold, still, and deeply unsettling place. The next day, Grantley takes the stand. Against Sterling S. advice, he insists. He answers the questions in that same flat, calm voice. He does not protest his innocence with passion. He simply denies it. When Eliezer cross-examines him, pressing him on the journal, on the strange, detached entries, Grantley looks not at the lawyer, but at me. His gray eyes hold mine, and for a fleeting second I see something in them, not guilt, not innocence, but a profound and chilling understanding. He knew I would read it. He left it for me to find. This performance is for me. The jury is out for 3 days. On the afternoon of the third day they return. The courtroom is packed, the air thick with anticipation. The foreman stands, his voice is clear in the silent room. On the charge of murder in the second degree, we find the defendant, Grantley Elwood, not guilty. A sound ripples through the room, a collective gasp. Claudia collapses against me, sobbing with relief. Sterling allows himself a small, tight smile. I look at my son. He shows no emotion, no relief, no joy. He simply stands, adjusts the cuffs of his shirt, and waits to be processed out. He is free. We do not celebrate, we go home. The house feels different, the air stale and used, as if the trial has left a residue on everything. The phone does not ring. No one comes to the door. Our victory is a hollow, silent thing. Grantley retreats to his room. Claudia tries to resume her life, but she moves through it like a sleepwalker. The doubt that once had a focus now turned inward, a constant, gnawing companion. Weeks pass, the autumn leaves fall, carpeting the lawns in gold and red. The case fades from the headlines, replaced by newer scandals. One evening I am raking leaves in the backyard. Grantley is sitting on the porch steps, watching the sky. The air is crisp, smelling of wood smoke and decay. He speaks without looking at me. You never asked me. I stop raking, my hands sore on the wooden handle. Asked you what? If I did. I look at his profile, the sharp line of his nose, the set of his jaw. He is my son. I have spent a fortune and the last of my reputation to keep him out of prison. I have looked into the abyss of his journal and seen the cold, still water of his mind. I have stood on the wrong side of the law and known the taste of its suspicion. What would you have said if I had asked? I say, my voice quiet. He turns his head then, and his gray eyes are calm, reflecting the barren branches of the oak tree above us. I would have told you the truth, he says. He stands up, brushes off his jeans, and goes inside, leaving me alone in the gathering dusk. The truth. It hangs in the air between us, a shape without form, a word without meaning. I look down at the pile of leaves I have gathered, a messy, temporary monument. A gust of wind takes them, scattering them across the lawn in a whirl of brown and gold, erasing my work, leaving no trace of the order I had tried to impose. I do not move to gather them again. I just stand there in the cooling air, a man who knows every line of the law but has finally learned that the human heart has no such boundaries, and that the greatest mysteries are not the ones we solve, but the ones we are forced to live with. The light from the kitchen window falls across the grass, a sharp yellow rectangle, and beyond it, the dark of the coming night is absolute and without detail. The following Monday, I return to work. My office is as I left it, the leather chair, the shelves of legal texts, the framed diplomas, but it feels like a museum exhibit of a life I no longer live. My colleagues are polite, professional, and utterly distant. They speak to me about mundane matters, about zoning appeals and contract disputes, their eyes carefully avoiding the unspoken thing that hangs in the air. I am no longer Jerome Elwood, the prosecutor. I am the father of the boy who was acquitted. The distinction is a canyon. Eliezer calls me into his office. He offers me coffee I do not want. He sits behind his desk, a vast expanse of mahogany that has always symbolized his authority and now feels like a bulwark. "The state's office has a position opening up," he says, not meeting my eyes. "It's a good fit for your experience. It would mean a transfer, of course, a fresh start." It is not a suggestion, it is a managed exit. I am being moved away from the heart of things to a place where my name and my history will cause less friction. I accept there is no fight left in me. At home, Claudia has begun the process of packing. She speaks of the new house, the new town, with a forced brightness that is more painful than her earlier silence. She has decided with a ferocity that surprises me that we must leave, that only a complete severance from this place can save us. She does not consult Grantley. She does not consult me. She is building a new life, a bunker against the past, and we are expected to occupy it. Grantley spends his days in his room or on long, solitary walks. He has no friends. He makes no effort to find a new school. He exists in a state of suspension, a ghost in our own home. One evening I find him at the kitchen table, a disassembled clock spread out on a towel before him. His long, delicate fingers work with a precise, mechanical grace, cleaning each tiny gear and spring. "Where did you get that?" I ask. He does not look up. The Miller's garage sale. Mrs. Miller sold it to me for $5. The name hangs in the air between us, toxic and heavy. Joel Miller's mother. I feel a cold wave of nausea. "Grantley," I say, my voice tight. "Why would you go there?" Finally, he looks at me, his expression one of pure, unadulterated logic. "It's a fine clock, a Junghans. It was a good price. The mechanism was gummed up with old oil, but it's perfectly salvageable." There's no malice in his voice, no perverse pleasure. There is nothing at all. He saw a thing he wanted, a puzzle to be solved, and he went and acquired it. The human wreckage left in his wake is simply not a part of his calculation. In that moment, the last fragile hope I had been clinging to, the hope that his acquittal was a validation of his innocence, that the system had worked crumbles into dust. The law deals in facts and evidence, and the facts and evidence were not enough to convict. But the law does not deal in the cold, still truth of a person's soul. It cannot measure the absence of something where there should be a presence. The moving van comes on a Tuesday. I watch as strangers box up my library, wrap my furniture in padding. Our lives are reduced to an inventory of objects. Claudia supervises with a frantic energy, her voice too loud, her gestures too sharp. Grantley carries a single box to the car, the one containing his journals and his bird-watching guides. He is ready to go. I am the last to leave. I walk through the empty rooms, my footsteps echoing on the bare wood. I stop at the threshold between the living room and the hallway. That line, which once felt so profound, is now just an empty space. The mystery was never out there in the dark. It was here in the light, living under my roof, wearing the face of my son. I step across it one final time and pull the door shut behind me. The lock clicks, a sound as final as a verdict. We drive away in silence, three people bound together by blood and secrets, heading toward a new house, a new town, and the same old, unbearable truth, which we will never ever speak of. The new house is smaller, a boxy colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town whose name I have to keep reminding myself. The rooms smell of fresh paint and someone else's memories. Claudia unpacks with a manic determination, hanging curtains, arranging furniture, building the facade of a normal life with her bare hands. I try to help, but my movements are slow, clumsy. My mind is elsewhere, trapped in that old courtroom, in my son's bedroom, in the quarry's dark water. Grantley's room is the first to be fully settled. His books are arranged by height. His clothes hang in the closet with military precision. On his desk, he places the Junghans clock, now ticking with a soft, relentless rhythm. He seems untroubled by the move, as if he is merely a specimen being relocated to a new habitat. He spends his afternoons in the local park, binoculars around his neck, a field guide in his pocket. He comes home and makes notes in a new journal. I have not looked in it. I am afraid of what I will not find. My new job is a monument to obscurity. I review briefs for other prosecutors. I parse dry legal statutes. I am a ghost in the machine. My colleagues are pleasant and incurious. They know my story, of course, but it is a stale piece of gossip here, lacking the immediate, visceral charge it held back home. I am grateful for the anonymity, even as it feels like a kind of death. Weeks turn into months. Claudia joins a book club. She starts gardening, digging in the cold earth with a fierce intensity. We have dinner together every night, the three of us. We talk about the weather, about a movie, about the bird Grantley saw that day. The conversation is a careful, brittle thing, skirting the enormous silence at the center of our table. We are performing a play called Family, and we are all terrible actors. One Saturday, I am cleaning out the garage when I find the box. It is labeled Grantley Childhood. I do not remember packing it. Inside are report cards, finger paintings, a small pair of cleats, and at the bottom, a photograph album. I sit on a dusty crate and open it. There he is, age 6, holding a frog, a real unguarded smile on his face. Age 10, building a model ship, his brow furrowed in concentration. Age 14, his arm around another boy, both of them grinning. I cannot remember the other boy's name. I turn the page and there's a picture from just 2 years ago. He is looking at the camera, but the smile is gone. His eyes are the eyes I know now, calm, observant, distant. The change was there and I had missed it. I had been too busy putting criminals in cages to notice the quiet transformation happening in my own home. I closed the album, the hope I had been secretly nursing, the hope that the whole thing had been a terrible mistake, that the boy in the journal was a temporary phantom, evaporates. The boy in the journal is the boy in the photograph. He is my son. That night I cannot sleep. I go downstairs for a glass of water. The house is silent except for the ticking of the Junghans clock from Grantley's room. It is a sound that now feels accusatory, a metronome counting out the seconds of a life built on a lie we all agree to believe. I stand in the dark kitchen, looking out at the moonlit backyard. I think of Joel Miller's mother, of the $5 she took for the clock that now marks time in the home of the boy accused of killing her son. I think of the law, the beautiful, flawed architecture of it, which can determine guilt but can never truly discern truth. It can punish an act, but it cannot comprehend a state of being. I hear a soft footstep on the stairs. Grantley stands in the doorway, silhouetted by the hall light. He is holding a glass. He comes to the sink and fills it with water. He does not look at me. "Can't sleep," he says, a simple statement of fact. "No," I reply. He drinks his water, then places the glass in the sink with a quiet, precise click. He turns to go, then pauses. "The barred owls are nesting in the oak tree by the creek," he says. "You can hear them call just before dawn. It sounds like, 'Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you all?'" He says it without poetry, without feeling. It is just data. Then he is gone, his footsteps receding up the stairs. I am left alone in the dark. The mystery is no longer what happened at the quarry. The mystery is here in this house, breathing the same air I breathe. It is a mystery I will carry with me to my grave, a cold, hard, and silent stone in the pit of my soul. I wait, listening, until I hear the first, faint call of the owl from the woods behind our new home. The sound is exactly as he described it, a series of hoots that form the question he quoted. It is an uncanny, mournful sound. I stand there until the sky begins to lighten from black to deep blue, the owl's call echoing in the stillness. It feels like a verdict, not on his guilt or innocence, but on my failure. I failed to see the boy he was becoming. I failed to protect him, and in a way I am only beginning to understand, I failed to protect the world from him. Breakfast is silent. Claudia butters her toast with sharp, precise strokes. Grantley eats his oatmeal, his eyes on the window, watching a sparrow at the feeder. I drink my coffee and feel the weight of the night's vigil in my bones. The owl's call is still in my ears. Later I drive to the office. The work is waiting, a stack of files on my desk. I open the top one. It has a routine assault case. The evidence is clear, the procedure correct. It is a simple machine, and I'm just a cog ensuring it turns smoothly. I pick up a pen, but my hand hesitates. I'm annotating the margins of a life, reducing a moment of violence to a series of checkboxes and legal citations. I think of Eliezer, of his certainty. I think of myself, how I used to share it. Now the certainty feels like a form of blindness. I push the file away and look out my window. The view is of a parking lot and a strip of scruffy grass. A man is walking across it, his head down, his hands in his pockets. There is nothing remarkable about him, but I find myself watching his progress, wondering what thoughts are in his head, what secrets he carries. I have become a student of silence, of the things people do not say. When I get home, Claudia is in the garden on her knees, pulling weeds with a kind of violent purpose. Dirt is smeared on her cheek. She does not look up as I approach. The lilacs are struggling, she says, her voice tight. The soil is too acidic here. I stand beside her, feeling useless. We can get something for that, to balance the pH. She yanks a stubborn root from the ground. It shouldn't be this hard. A plant should just grow if you give it sun and water. She sits back on her heels, wiping her forehead with the back of her glove. She looks up at me, and for a moment the frantic energy is gone, replaced by a profound exhaustion. Why is it so hard, Jerome? I have no answer for her. I look towards the house and see Grantley at his window looking down at us. He is not hiding. He is simply observing as he would the barred owl or the sparrow. We are all just specimens in his world. He meets my gaze for a long moment, then turns away, disappearing into the gloom of his room. That night I do not go to bed. I sit in the living room in the dark, the ticking of the Junghans clock a faint, persistent thread from upstairs. I think about the law, about its promise of order. It is a dam built against the chaos of human nature. But some natures are a slow, persistent seepage that no dam can hold back. The law saved my son from a prison of concrete and steel, but it could not save him from himself, and it could not save us from him. The truth is not a single, solid thing I can hold. It is the quiet in his eyes. It is the precision of his fingers on the clock-s gears. It is the $5 price tag on a piece of a dead boy-s life. It is the unspoken agreement between the three of us to never ask the question, because we are all terrified of the answer. And so we tend the garden and go to work and watch the birds, building a life on the foundation of a silence that grows deeper and more absolute with every passing day. The new normal becomes a kind of prison of its own design. We are inmates and guards simultaneously, each enforcing the unspoken rules of our confinement. Claudia's garden thrives under her relentless care, a burst of defiant color against the neutral backdrop of the house. My work continues, a stream of paper that passes across my desk and leaves no mark on my soul. Grantley's world remains meticulously ordered, his journals filling with observations of local fauna, his clock ticking away the hours with infuriating consistency. I find myself watching the mail, half expecting some final, damning piece of evidence to arrive, a delayed shockwave from the trial. But nothing comes. The world has truly moved on. Our exile is complete. One evening in early winter, I come home to find Claudia standing in the living room, holding a small, framed photograph she must have just unpacked. It is a picture of the three of us taken on a beach vacation years ago. Grantley is maybe 8, squinting at the camera, a bucket in his hand. We all look happy, or at least, we look like people who understand what happiness is supposed to look like. We were so young, she says, her voice hollow. We were, I agrees. She places the photograph face down on the mantelpiece. It doesn't belong here, she says, and walks out of the room. I am left alone with the inverted image. I do not turn it over. I know she is right. That family is a relic, a fossil from a different geological age. The family that exists now is the one that eats dinner in near silence, that moves through the house like polite strangers, that is bound by a secret that has become the foundation of our lives. Later I hear raised voices from the kitchen. It is a sound so foreign that I freeze at the top of the stairs. It is Claudia and Grantley. It's just a question, Grantley, a simple question. Her voice is strained, frayed at the edges. I descend slowly, staying in the shadows of the hallway. I have answered it, Grantley replies. His tone is flat, unaffected. The library was closed. I went for a walk. For 3 hours, where did you go? The paths by the reservoir, I told you. I was observing waterfowl. There are no waterfowl migration patterns that correspond with your absence, Grantley. I checked. The words burst from her, a confession of her own desperate research. I looked it up. Nothing you said adds up. There is a pause. I can picture his face, calm, analytical. Then your sources are incomplete, he says, or your interpretation is flawed. A sob catches in her throat. Why can't you just tell me the truth? For once in your life, just give me a straight answer. I step into the doorway. They both turn to look at me. Claudia's face is ravaged by tears and frustration. Grantley's is a placid mask. The truth is that I went for a walk, he repeats, his eyes shifting from her to me. That is the only truth that matters. And in that moment I understand him perfectly. He is not lying. In his mind he did go for a walk. What he did during that walk, what thoughts occupied his mind, what small, cruel actions he may have taken are irrelevant to him. They are not part of the narrative he has decided to construct. He believes his own story because he is its sole author and its only audience. He is untouchable not because he is clever, but because he exists in a universe of his own making, a universe with a single inhabitant. Claudia sees the understanding on my face, and her last shred of hope dissolves. She pushes past me and runs upstairs. A door slams. Grantley looks at me. She is upset, he states. It is illogical. I have done nothing wrong. I want to grab him, to shake him, to scream into that placid face until I find some hidden chamber of empathy or remorse. But I know it would be like shouting into a vacuum. There is no one there to hear me. You're right, I say, my voice a dry whisper. You have done nothing wrong. He nods, satisfied with this confirmation, and turns to leave the room. I am left standing in the bright, cold light of the kitchen, the ghost of my wife's sobs echoing in the house, and the certain chilling knowledge that our sentence was not ended by the verdict. It was only just beginning. It is a life sentence to be served in this quiet house with this quiet boy and the roaring silence of the thing we can never name. The days after the confrontation in the kitchen acquire a new, more brittle quality. Claudia retreats into a deep, impenetrable silence. She tends her garden, but the fierce energy is gone, replaced by a listless, mechanical motion. She moves through the house like a phantom, her eyes avoiding both Grantley and me. We are no longer performing a play. The curtain has fallen and the audience has gone home, leaving us alone on a dark, empty stage. I try to bridge the gap. I bring her tea. I comment on the flowers. My words feel like stones dropped into a bottomless well. She accepts them with a nod, a murmur, but she is not really here. She has gone to a place inside herself where I cannot follow. Grantley, of course, seems not to notice the shift, or if he does, it registers only as a change in data, a new variable in the domestic equation. He continues his routines. The clock ticks, the journals fill. One afternoon, I find myself driving without a clear destination. I am not going to the office. I am just driving, my hands tight on the wheel, the suburbs giving way to scrubby fields and then to denser, older woods. I realize I am near the reservoir. I pull the car onto the gravel shoulder and get out. The air is cold and sharp. I follow a path that winds down toward the water, my shoes crunching on frozen leaves. The place is deserted. The water is a sheet of dull, gray steel. I stand there looking out and I try to picture him here. I try to see him, my son, standing in this very spot, his binoculars raised, his face a mask of detached interest. What was he really doing? Was he truly watching birds, or was he simply being? Existing in a state of pure, thoughtless observation, a camera with no film, a clock with no hands. The thought is more terrifying than any specific, violent act I could imagine. It is the void itself. I turn to leave and my foot knocks against something half buried in the frozen mud at the edge of the path. It is a small, cheaply made hair clip, the kind a teenage girl might wear. It is shaped like a butterfly, one wing cracked. A cold that has nothing to do with the winter air seeps into my veins. I look around. The woods are silent. The water is still. I do not touch it. I leave it there, a tiny, broken piece of evidence in a case that will never be filed. I walk back to my car, my heart hammering against my ribs. I have my answer. It is the answer I have been fleeing since the beginning. When I get home, the house is dark and quiet. Claudia is already in bed. Grantley's door is closed, a thin line of light visible beneath it. I go to the kitchen and pour a glass of water, my hand trembling. I look at my reflection in the dark window. I am a man who has spent his life building cages of reason and law, only to find that the thing he needed to contain was already inside the walls, and the walls were made of glass. I know now that I will never know. I will never have the confession, the explanation, the closure. There is only the quiet boy in the room down the hall and the vast, echoing question of his inner life. My job is no longer to seek the truth. My job is to endure it, to get up each morning, to go to work, to come home, to sit at the table with my wife and my son, and to pretend that the abyss that separates us is not, in fact, the most real thing in the room. The next morning I call in sick to the office. The act feels both transgressive and meaningless. Claudia does not comment. She is at the kitchen table, staring into her coffee cup as if reading tea leaves. Grantley eats his breakfast with his usual methodical calm. I watch his hands, the careful way he holds his spoon. They are capable hands, precise. I spend the day in the garage, not cleaning, just sitting on the dusty crate. The box labeled Grantley Childhood is still open. I take out the picture of him at 14 with his friend. I stare at the other boy's face, willing a name to surface from the murk of my memory. It does not come. The failure feels monumental. I had been present, but I had not been there. I had provided a house, food, tuition, a model of professional success, but I had failed to provide the simple, daily act of witnessing my own son. That evening I bypass the silent dinner and go straight to Grantley's room. The door is open a crack. He is at his desk, not with his journals, but with the Junghans clock, its inner mechanism exposed on a soft cloth. His back is to me. He is cleaning the gears with a small, delicate brush. I push the door open. The ticking is louder in here, a sound both mechanical and organic. He does not turn around. It needs maintenance, he says, as if we are already in the middle of a conversation. Dust accumulates, it affects the accuracy. I step inside. The room is obsessively neat. The books on his shelf are arranged by height. His pencils are sharpened to perfect points. On the wall above his desk is a detailed hand-drawn map of the county with various locations marked by tiny, precise symbols. I see the reservoir, I see the quarry far to the north, I see our house. I see a small wooded area near the old train yard that I do not recognize. My eyes linger on it. Your mother is not well, I say. He continues his work, dipping the brush into a small bottle of solvent. She is emotionally compromised. It is a common response to perceived instability. Perceived, the word catches in my throat. He places a tiny gear back into its housing. The date of our lives remains consistent. Her interpretation of the data has changed. Therefore, the instability is internal, not external. I want to scream. I want to smash the clock on the floor. Instead, I lean forward, my voice a low, desperate whisper. What do you want, Grantley? What is it you are doing here? He finally stops his work. He sits perfectly still for a moment, considering the question. Then he turns his head just enough for me to see his profile. I am maintaining the mechanism, he says, and I know with a chilling certainty that he is not talking about the clock. I leave his room and walk down the hall. I stand outside my own bedroom door, listening to the silence from within. I cannot bring myself to turn the knob. I descend the stairs and go out into the backyard. The night is clear and bitterly cold. Claudia's garden is a patch of sleeping earth, the plant skeletal in the moonlight. I look up at Grantley's window. The light is still on. He is a silhouette against the blind, a curator tending his collection of facts and gears. I am down here in the dark, the warden of a prison with no walls, no bars, and only one unknowable inmate. The sentence stretches on, an endless line of days, each one a perfect, identical replica of the last, and I am the one counting them. The cold seeps through my shoes, a grounding numbness. I look from his window to the dark outline of the woods where the owl lives. A thought forms, not as a sudden revelation, but as a slow, grim acceptance. I cannot fix this. I cannot understand it. My only remaining duty is to stand watch, to be the one who knows, even if that knowledge has no power and changes nothing. I go back inside. The house is a tomb of quiet sounds. The hum of the refrigerator, the faint groan of a pipe in the wall. I pour a whiskey, something I rarely do, and sit in my armchair in the living room. I do not turn on the lamp. The amber liquid in the glass is the only point of light. I think about the hair clip by the reservoir. I think about the map on his wall. I think about the $5. These are the pieces of my son. They do not form a picture. They form a warning. An hour later, I hear his door open and his footsteps on the stairs. They are measured, unhurried. He walks into the living room and stands before me. He does not seem surprised to find me sitting in the dark. "The maintenance is complete," he says. "The clock is now accurate to within 3 seconds per month." I take a slow sip of the whiskey, the burn a small, welcome pain. "That's very precise." "It is adequate," he replies. He stands there waiting as if for further instructions. I have none to give. The silence stretches, and for the first time I sense a flicker of something in him. Not curiosity, not unease, but a simple operational confusion. He has delivered his report. The expected response is acknowledgement, or perhaps a question about the process. My silence is a variable his programming cannot process. "Will Mother be all right?" he asks. The question is so startling in its mimicry of normal human concern that I almost laugh. It is a line from a script he has heard elsewhere, deployed now because the situation seems to call for it. "I don't know," I say, and it is the most honest thing I have said to him in years. He processes this, I see. He turns to leave, then pauses. The owl was particularly vocal tonight, a pair of them, I believe. Their call and response suggests a territorial dispute. Then he is gone, his footsteps receding up the stairs. I am left with the image he has planted in my mind. 2 owls calling out in the darkness, not in question and answer, but in conflict, a territorial dispute. I finish the whiskey in one long swallow. He is not just observing the world. He is translating it, reducing its messy, emotional chaos into clean, clinical terms. And in his translation, he has just told me everything I need to know about our family, about the silent war being waged in this house. We are the territory, and he is disputing it. The next week, Claudia's sister arrives for an unannounced visit. Carol's presence is a sudden, jarring noise in the quiet of the house. She hugs Claudia tightly, her eyes searching her sister's face with undisguised alarm. She tries to hug Grantley, who stands stiffly, his arms at his sides, until she releases him with a confused laugh. Over dinner, Carol chatters about her life, her job, mutual friends. She asks Grantley about his studies. He answers in monosyllables, each one a brick wall. I watch Claudia watching Carol, a faint, pained smile on her lips. She's seeing a ghost from our old life, a life where conversations were easy and questions were simple. Later, Carol corners me in the kitchen while Claudia is showing Grantley a new gardening catalog, a futile attempt at normalcy. "What's going on, Robert?" she asks, her voice low and urgent. Claudia looks hollow, and Grantley, he has always been quiet, but this is different. It is like he is not even here. I look at the dish soap suds drying on my hands. It has been a difficult adjustment after the trial. "This is more than that," she insists. "This feels broken. Have you thought about getting him more help, therapy, something?" "He was evaluated," I say, the official line tasting like ash. "Extensively. They found nothing." "Nothing," she echoes, her disbelief a tangible force in the room. "Look at him, Robert, look at her. This isn't nothing." I have no answer for her. I can only offer the same silence that is slowly petrifying my wife. Carol leaves the next morning, her worry a palpable cloud around her. She hugs Claudia at the door, whispering something I cannot hear. Claudia just nods, her eyes distant. After Carol's car disappears down the street, the silence that returns is thicker, heavier than before. It is the silence of a failed rescue attempt. Claudia goes into the garden and does not come in for hours. I find her there, sitting on the cold ground, her hands buried in the dirt, staring at the bare branches of the rose bushes. That night the dream comes again. I am in the woods, following the sound of the owl. But this time, when I push through the final barrier of ferns, I do not find the bird. I find the butterfly hair clip lying on a flat stone, and I find Grantley standing over it, not with a look of malice or curiosity, but with the same detached focus he gives his clock. He looks up at me, and in the dream he speaks. "It is just a broken component," he says. "It no longer serves a function." I wake with a start, the words echoing in the dark room. The house is silent. The Junghin's clock has stopped ticking. I lie there, listening to the absence of sound, a new kind of dread crystallizing in the stillness. He has finished his maintenance. The mechanism is perfect, and I understand now that his idea of maintenance extends far beyond the clock on the wall. We are all just components in his world, to be cleaned, adjusted, or discarded based on our functionality. And in the perfect, terrible accuracy of his mind, we are all failing. The silence left by the clock is a physical presence in the house. It is louder than the ticking ever was. I get out of bed and walk out into the hall. I do not go to Grantley's room. I know he is awake. I know he is listening to the silence too, but he is hearing something different. He is measuring it, confirming the success of his work. I go downstairs and stand in the living room. The clock's face is a pale, motionless moon in the darkness. I reach out and touch the glass. It is cool and inert. I have the irrational thought that he has not fixed it, but killed it, that he has stilled its heart to make his own environment more orderly. A floorboard creaks behind me. Claudia is standing there, wrapped in her robe. Her face is pale and drawn in the weak light filtering through the window. "It has stopped," she says. Her voice is flat. "He fixed it," I reply. The word fixed feels like a lie. She walks closer, her eyes fixed on the dead clock. Carol thinks we should send him away, to a special school, a place that can handle him. The idea is both a betrayal and a relief. It hangs in the air between us, poisonous and seductive. They would not understand him, I say finally. They would try to take him apart to see how he works. They would break him. "Maybe he has already broken," she whispers, and the words are a shard of glass in the quiet room. "And maybe we are, too, for keeping him here." We stand there for a long time, two sentinels guarding a truth we cannot speak. The house feels less like a home and more like a museum dedicated to a life that never was. Every piece of furniture, every photograph, is an exhibit in a false history. We are the curators of a lie, and our son is the head curator, the one who ensures the story remains consistent, even as it crumbles around us. The next morning, the clock is ticking again. Its sound is different now. Sharper, more metallic. Each tick is a tiny, perfect hammer strike on the anvil of the day. Grantley comes down for breakfast and sits in his usual place. He does not mention the clock. He simply accepts its new sound as the correct one. Claudia does not come down. I bring her a tray. She's sitting up in bed, staring at the wall. She thanks me but does not look at me. The distance between us is now a continent. I close the door softly and go back downstairs. Grantley is finishing his toast. He looks up as I enter. The noise from the refrigerator compressor has increased by approximately 3 decibels, he states. It indicates a potential failure of the internal bearing. I look at the humming appliance, this ordinary thing. I hear nothing unusual, but I know he is right. He is always right about the mechanics of things. He sees the tiny flaws, the subtle shifts that presage a breakdown. He is diagnosing our entire world, one failing component at a time. And I realize with a cold, sick certainty that he is waiting for the next thing to break. He is waiting for us. I sit down at the table. The new, sharper ticking of the clock is a needle in my ear. I look at my son. I see the clean line of his part, the precise way he holds his knife. He is a machine built to outlast us all. I do not go to the office again. I call and tell them I am taking a leave of absence. My senior partner's voice is full of a concern I do not deserve. I tell him it is a family matter. He understands or pretends to. The law, with its clean binaries of guilt and innocence, feels like a child-esque game from a lifetime ago. I spend my days now in a state of suspended animation. I watch Claudia retreat further. She has stopped going into the garden. The plants are beginning to wilt, their leaves curling in on themselves. I watch Grantley. He has started a new journal. The cover is a plain, dark gray. He writes in it with the same methodical intensity, but he keeps it closed and he does not leave it on his desk. A week after the clock was fixed, a police car pulls up in front of the house. It is not the detectives from before. It is a uniformed officer. My heart becomes a cold, hard stone in my chest. I meet him at the door. Claudia appears at the top of the stairs, her hand gripping the banister. The officer is young. He holds his hat in his hands. He asks if we are the parents of Grantley Ainsworth. I say that we are. He explains that a backpack was found near the old train yard in the woods he had marked on his map. It belongs to a girl who has been missing for 2 days. Her name was Megan. They are treating it as a homicide now. He is not here to accuse Grantley. He is conducting a neighborhood canvass, asking if anyone saw anything unusual in the area. His words are routine, professional, but his eyes are sharp. He is watching me. He is watching the house. He feels the silence. I tell him we have seen nothing. My voice is the voice I used in court, steady and absolute. I thank him for his work. I close the door. I turn around. Grantley is standing in the hallway behind me. I did not hear him approach. They found her backpack, I say. My voice is a dry rustle. He nods. I am aware of that. I heard the officer. Did you? I ask. The question hangs there, monstrous and direct. He looks at me, and for a single, shattering moment, I see something in his eyes. It is not guilt. It is not fear. It is a profound and weary recognition, as if I have finally asked a question that is relevant to his internal calculations. He does not answer. He turns and walks back up the stairs. The Junghans clock ticks on, measuring out the seconds of our shared damnation. The officer's visit was not an interruption. It was just another piece of data, confirming what we already know. The mechanism of our lives is functioning exactly as designed. Story 2. The first tremor was a tiny, silent earthquake in the tendons of her right hand, a faint fibrillation that made the pen wobble for a fraction of a second over the yellow legal pad. Ada paused, flexing her fingers. The library was a cathedral of quiet, the only sounds the distant hum of a ventilation system and the soft, rhythmic sigh of her own breathing. She attributed the tremor to caffeine, to the late hour, to the weight of the words she was drafting. She did not yet understand it for what it was. A primitive, cellular alarm, a vibration sent through the marrow of her life because the truth, however abstractly approached, had felt the disturbance of her proximity. Her paper was an exercise in academic speculation, a thought experiment for her advanced constitutional jurisprudence seminar. The premise was simple, almost whimsical on its surface. If the recent, nearly simultaneous deaths of 2 Supreme Court justices, the fiery liberal Justice Eleanor Vance and the staunchly conservative Justice Arthur Hill, were not the tragic natural events the public had been led to believe, who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to orchestrate such a thing? It was a hypothetical, a legal and logical puzzle. She had titled it with a dry, scholarly wit, a dialogue on coincidence and power. But as her research deepened, the hypothetical began to bleed. The tremor in her hand was a sympathetic echo of a far larger fault line. Justice Vance, found dead in her Georgetown home from an apparent aneurysm. Justice Hill, deceased from a sudden, massive heart attack at his fishing cabin in the Adirondacks. 2 pillars of opposing ideologies removed from the board. The resulting political landscape had been seismic. allowing for the appointment of two younger, more malleable justices, the kind who saw the Constitution not as a living document or an immutable text, but as a set of pliable guidelines for commerce. She wrote of holding companies and dormant subsidiaries, of petrochemical giants and defense contractors who had billions riding on a single pending antitrust case, Northern Star v. Federal Trade Commission. She traced the faint, almost invisible threads of campaign contributions and dark money, of friendships forged in exclusive clubs and on private islands. She never accused. She only inquired in the cool, dispassionate language of the law. She posed questions like a surgeon making incisions, careful not to touch the vital organs beneath. But the body on the table was real, and it was stirring. 3 days after she submitted the paper to the university's digital portal, the world outside the library began to warp. A black sedan, polished to a liquid obsidian sheen, seemed to linger too long outside her apartment building. A wrong number call on her cell phone, where the only sound was the hollow compression of a distant room, a held breath. And the tremor returned, no longer confined to her hand, but a constant, low-frequency hum in her sternum, a tuning fork struck against the bone of her existence. It was the journalist Devin who gave the fear its name. He found her after a seminar, a man in a worn corduroy jacket with eyes that held no illusions, only a weary, persistent light. He introduced himself quietly, his voice a low murmur meant for her alone. He worked for a fading online outlet that still believed in the old gods of fact and consequence. "I read your paper," he said, steering her into the muted sanctuary of a campus coffee shop. The air was thick with the scent of roasted beans and steamed milk. A friend in the poli-sci department thought it might interest me. He was right. "It was just a theory," Ada said, her voice tighter than she intended. The tremor was in her throat now, threatening to constrict her words. "Some theories are like skeletons," Devin replied, stirring his black coffee. "They have a structure that reality can be built upon. Your skeleton is uncomfortably accurate. The holding company you mentioned, Cygnus Group, they have a security division that employs former intelligence operatives, men who specialize in making problems disappear. Problems like a curious law student with a dangerous imagination." The word disappear landed in the space between them, solid and cold. Ada felt a sudden, visceral memory of the black sedan, its windows like smoked glass, opaque and secretive. "They killed 2 Supreme Court justices," she whispered, the enormity of it finally crashing through the academic dam she had built. "Or had it done," Devin corrected softly. "People at that level never pull the trigger, they just create the conditions, a specialized pharmaceutical to induce a cerebral hemorrhage, a tailored stimulant to stop a weary heart. Clean, quiet, deniable. Your paper didn't just guess the who, it intuited the how. You got too close to the truth without even knowing it was there." That night the world shed its skin entirely. Returning to her apartment, she found the lock on her door scratched, the mechanism gritty with a fine metallic dust. Inside, nothing was overtly disturbed, but the air was wrong. It smelled of a stranger-esque cologne, something expensive and sharp, and beneath it, the cold, metallic scent of ozone and intent. Her notes, the printed drafts of her paper, had been shifted a centimeter to the left on her desk. It was a violation so subtle it was more terrifying than a ransacked room. They had been inside her sanctuary, breathing her air, touching her things. They were not just watching, they were measuring. She called Devin, her voice a thin wire of panic. He was at her door in 20 minutes, his presence a solid anchor in her dissolving reality. "We have to go, now," he said, his eyes scanning the hallway. The tremor in her chest became a frantic, caged bird. They moved through the city like ghosts through a waking dream. The streets were a river of light and shadow, every pedestrian a potential threat, every slowing car a herald of the end. Devin led her to a safe house, a small, anonymous apartment that smelled of dust and old newspapers. The window looked out onto a brick wall, a monolith of sheer, unadorned reality. Here, the sounds were different. The drip of a faulty faucet measured the seconds. The groan of the building's ancient plumbing was a chorus of hidden pressures. Devin worked the phones, his conversations a series of coded half-sentences and guarded questions. He was trying to find a lever, a crack in the monolith. He reached out to a source deep within the FBI, a man named Carlson who owed him a favor from a darker, simpler time. The official response is a stone wall, Devin reported, hanging up the phone. His face was drawn in the weak light of a single lamp. They've classified the deaths of the justices under a national security seal. My contact at the DOJ won't return my calls. The story is being suffocated in its crib. The powers you wrote about, Ada, they don't just have money. They have the keys to the kingdom. They are the authorities. Days bled into a tense, claustrophobic week. The conspiracy was not a secret cabal in a smoky room. It was the very architecture of the world, the hidden load-bearing walls of power. The leaders were names on corporate boards and in Senate subcommittees, men like Alastair Price, the CEO of a sprawling industrial conglomerate whose tentacles reached into the Cygnus Group. He was a man photographed at galas and golf tournaments, his smile a masterpiece of benign authority. He was the face of the system, and the system had decided that Ada was a glitch to be corrected. The hitmen were his correction. They came on a Tuesday, with rain beginning to streak the grimy window. There was no knock. The door simply exploded inward, splintering from the frame with a sound like a bone breaking. Two men stood in the hallway. They were not monsters, they were professionals. They wore dark, nondescript clothing and moved with an economy of motion that was more terrifying than any show of violence. The air in the room turned to ice. One of them, a man with a face as forgettable as a passing cloud, raised a pistol fitted with a long black suppressor. The world slowed, each moment stretching into a lifetime. Ada saw the rain on the window, each drop a perfect, trembling sphere. She saw the dust motes dancing in the lamplight, disturbed by the violent entrance. She saw Devin shove the heavy oak table towards them, a desperate, clumsy barricade. The gunshot was a soft, wet thud, the sound of a book being dropped on a thick carpet. Devin grunted, spinning back, a dark flower blooming on his shoulder. The impact was a dull, sickening thud. The second man moved toward Ada, his eyes empty of everything but purpose. The metallic scent was back, thick in her nostrils, the smell of the gun, the rain, her own fear. In that suspended second, as the man's hand reached for her, Ada did not think of the law or of justice or of the grand conspiracy. She thought of the tremor in her hand. She dropped to the floor, scrambling backwards, her hand closing around the base of the heavy cast-iron lamp. She swung it in a wild, desperate arc. It connected with the man's knee with a crack that was shockingly loud. He let out a sharp, guttural cry, more of surprise than pain, and stumbled. From the hallway came new sounds, shouts, the heavy tread of boots, the crisp, authoritative voice of Agent Carlson. FBI, drop your weapons. The cavalry, arriving not in the nick of time, but in the bloody aftermath of a single, terrible moment. The room flooded with armed agents in body armor. The two hitmen were subdued, their professional silence broken by the clatter of handcuffs. The immediate danger was over. Devin was bleeding, but alive, his face pale as paramedics worked on him. The rain continued to fall. The world began to right itself, but it was a different world, a world where the scaffolding had been exposed, raw and ugly. In the weeks that followed, there was a semblance of an unraveling. The captured men, facing life in prison, provided testimony that led to the security head of the Cygnus Group. That testimony, combined with the evidence Devin had quietly assembled and the terrifying logic of Ada's paper, created a pressure that even Alastair Price could not withstand. He was indicted on charges of conspiracy to commit murder, among other things. The headlines were explosive, then dense, then faded. The story was a firework, a brilliant, shocking display that lit up the sky for a moment before sputtering out, leaving behind a deeper, more profound darkness. The antitrust case, Northern Star, was heard by the newly constituted court. It was dismissed on a technicality. The economic machinery grinded on, its gears merely lubricated by a different kind of oil. Ada graduated. She took her degree in a profound, unshakable knowledge and moved to a small town in the Pacific Northwest, far from the centers of power. She got a job in a local prosecutor's office, dealing with petty theft and domestic disputes. The grand stage of constitutional law held no allure for her anymore. She had seen its foundations, and they were sand. One afternoon, months later, she sat in a quiet park, watching the slow, patient flow of a wide, gray river. The air was cool and carried the scent of wet earth and pine. The tremor was gone from her hands, but it had settled somewhere deeper in her soul, a permanent vibration on a frequency only she could hear. She had helped expose a great crime, but she had not changed the world. The conspiracy had not been a monster to be slain, but a hydra. They had cut off one head, but the body, vast and powerful, remained, already generating new ones. She watched a leaf detach from a branch overhead, spinning in a slow, lazy spiral before it landed on the surface of the water. It floated for a moment, a tiny, perfect ship, before the current caught it and pulled it under, dissolving into the immense, indifferent flow. The investigation was over. The crime scene was the world itself, and it was described in the most neutral, uneventful terms imaginable. The sun was low in the sky, the river was cold, and the world continued, unbothered and unchanged. The river was the color of tarnished silver, and Ada watched it until her eyes lost focus, the water becoming a single, relentless sheet of motion. A man was sitting on a bench farther down the path, reading a newspaper. The sight was so ordinary it was jarring. The headlines were about a celebrity divorce, a stock market dip. The world had sealed itself shut around the wound she had helped inflict, the scar tissue thick and smooth. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, a single, polite buzz. It was a notification from a news app. She almost dismissed it, but the headline caught her eye. Cygnus Group rebrands as Ether Dynamics, announces new government contracts. She didn't open the article. She didn't need to. The names changed. The structures shifted. The river kept flowing. Devin had texted her earlier. His shoulder had healed, but he'd taken a buyout from the news outlet. He was writing a book, he said, but the publishers were nervous. They wanted a more hopeful ending. He signed off with, "Keep your head down, Ada." It was both a warning and a farewell. A shadow fell over her. She looked up, her heart seizing for a single, conditioned second. It was just a cloud passing over the sun. The man with the newspaper folded it neatly, stood, and began to walk away. He didn't look at her. He was just a man in a park. But for a moment, the set of his shoulders, the neat efficiency of his movements, reminded her of the professionals in the safe house. It was probably nothing. It was almost certainly nothing. But that was the new texture of her life, a perpetual, low-grade hum of suspicion woven into the fabric of the mundane. She stood, brushing a stray pine needle from her trousers. Her workday was over. There was a file on her desk back at the office, a simple case of a stolen lawnmower. It felt both trivial and profoundly important. This was the scale on which she could operate now. This was the realm where her actions had clear, manageable consequences. As she walked back to her small, quiet house, the feeling did not leave her. It was the tremor internalized. It was the understanding that the victory had been an illusion, but the knowledge was not. They had not won. They had simply survived. And survival, she was learning, was a different kind of battle, one fought in the silent, stubborn refusal to forget, in the daily choice to see the world as it was, not as you wished it to be. The river was cold and the world continued, but she was still here, a single, persistent note of dissonance in its smooth, indifferent song. The stolen lawnmower case was resolved with a plea deal the next morning. The defendant, a sullen teenager, agreed to community service. It was a tidy, closed loop, and Ada felt a faint, fleeting sense of completion. Back at her desk, she opened her email. Amid the routine messages from colleagues and court schedules was one with no subject line. The sender's address was a random string of letters and numbers. Her breath hitched. The tremor, a ghost in her nerves, seemed to flicker. The message contained only a link, no text, no signature. Her training screamed at her not to click it, to forward it to some IT department that didn't exist in her small office. But another part of her, the part that had written the paper, recognized this for what it was, a whisper from the world she had tried to leave. She used a public computer at the library, her hands steady through sheer force of will. The link led to a secure, encrypted file transfer service. The file itself was a single image, a scanned, typewritten memo. The letterhead was that of a defunct mining company she recognized from her research, a subsidiary 2 layers removed from the Cygnus group. The memo was dated 3 weeks after the deaths of the justices. It discussed logistical arrangements for a project launch and was addressed to a committee whose members were listed only by initials. One of those initials was A.P. Alastair Price. It was nothing, it was a ghost, a piece of paper that would be laughed out of any courtroom, deniable and vague, but it was also a sign. Someone somewhere in the vast, impersonal machinery of that power had chosen to send this to her. It was not an accusation, not a threat. It was an invitation to a deeper, quieter understanding. They knew where she was, they knew what she was doing, and they were letting her know that the game had not ended, it had simply changed form. The memo was a single leaf placed deliberately in her path, suggesting the immense, hidden forest that still stood. She deleted the history from the library computer and walked out into the overcast day, the ghost of the document seared onto her mind, another stone added to the invisible weight she carried. The rain began again, a fine, misting drizzle that beaded on her wool coat. She walked without a destination, the quiet streets of the town feeling suddenly flimsy, a movie set that could be dismantled at any moment. The memo changed everything and nothing. It was not evidence she could use, but it was a message she could not ignore. Her retreat, her quiet life, was a negotiated peace, and the terms had just been silently amended. She thought of Devon trying to force a hopeful ending onto a story that had none. She thought of the man on the park bench, the set of his shoulders. Coincidence was a luxury she could no longer afford. The world was not divided into safe and dangerous places, but into places where the machinery was visible and places where it was hidden. Here, it was just better concealed beneath the veneer of normalcy, the stolen lawnmowers and the petty grievances. That night she did not sleep. She sat at her small kitchen table, a single light burning, and looked out at the dark, dripping branches of the fir trees in her yard. The memo had mentioned a project launch. It was a phrase that could mean anything, but in the cold language of power, it never meant anything good. It was a seed, and it had found fertile ground in her mind. The work was not over. It would never be over. The fight had just moved to a new, more intimate front, the quiet of her own home, the solitude of her own thoughts. She was no longer a target to be eliminated, but a variable to be monitored, and she in turn would monitor them back. The war was cold now, a silent, patient contest of attention fought in the shadows of the everyday. She poured another cup of tea, her hand perfectly steady, and waited for the dawn. The dawn broke, a pale and watery light that did little to warm the chill in the room. The memo's vague phrasing echoed in her mind, a riddle with no solution and all the wrong answers. Project launch. It was the kind of term that could be dismissed by anyone else, but to Ada, it was a key turning in a lock deep underground. She went through the motions of her day, prosecuting a shoplifter with a methodical calm that felt like wearing someone else's skin. Her mind was elsewhere, tracing the invisible lines that connected defunct mining companies to holding groups to men like Alastair Price. A week later, a plain manila envelope arrived at her office, interoffice mail with no return address. Inside was a single, glossy photograph. It was a telephoto shot, slightly grainy, of a concrete building in an industrial park she did not recognize. The sign out front was new, bright blue lettering on a white background, Ether Dynamics Applied Sciences Division. There was no note. The message was the image itself. This was the project. This was the new head of the Hydra, already grown, operational, and sanitized under a clean, modern name. They were not just reminding her of their presence, they were showing her their progress. They were demonstrating their immunity. She held the photograph by its edges, her fingers careful, as if it were contaminated. This was not a threat of violence, it was something far more insidious, a display of sheer, unassailable normalcy. They were not hiding in the shadows anymore. They were building in plain sight, confident that no one would connect the dots, or if they did, that no one would care. The photograph was a statement of their victory. She filed the picture away in a drawer under a stack of routine forms. It was not evidence for a case, it was evidence of the world. Her work was no longer about justice, but about documentation. She was a historian of the invisible, cataloging the true architecture of power for an audience that would likely never exist. The case was closed, but the file would remain open on her desk, a silent, growing testament to the river flowing relentlessly underneath their feet. The lawnmower case file was still open on her desk, a mundane counterpoint to the photograph burning a hole in her drawer. She found herself staring at the defendant's name, a simple local name, and wondered what he would think if he knew the other cases she was building in her mind, cases that would never see a courtroom. Her phone rang, shattering the silence. It was the front desk. "Ada, there's a delivery for you, a courier." Her blood went cold. "I am not expecting anything. He says it's legal documents, requires a signature." She almost told them to refuse it, to send the man away. But that would be a reaction, that would be fear. I'll be right down. The courier was a young man in a crisp uniform holding a thin, padded envelope. He smiled, impersonal and efficient, as she signed the electronic pad. The envelope was light, too light. Back in her office, she used a letter opener to slice it open carefully. Inside was not a legal summons or another photograph. It was a book. A hardback copy of a dense, academic text on regulatory capture, a book she had cited in her original paper. There was no inscription, nothing. Just the book, its spine creased from a previous reading. It was a masterpiece of psychological warfare. It told her they had not just found her, they had studied her. They knew her work, her mind, her intellectual pedigree. The gift was a perverse form of respect and a chilling reminder of their omniscience. They were engaging her now on an intellectual level, a twisted seminar between predator and prey. She placed the book on her shelf, right next to her framed diploma. It belonged there, a dark companion to her achievements. The message was clear: your knowledge is not a weapon against us. It is merely a facet of our understanding of you. The battle of attention had just escalated. They were no longer just showing her their progress. They were reflecting her own history back at her, proving that every part of her life was now part of their dossier. The safe house was gone, but the walls of her new life were just as transparent. She spent the rest of the afternoon in a state of heightened awareness, every sound in the hallway, every passing car, a potential data point. The book was the most intimate violation yet. It proved her mind was not her own private sanctuary, but a mapped territory. When 5 o'clock came, she left the office, the normalcy of her departure feeling like a carefully rehearsed performance. She drove home by a different route, watching her mirrors, seeing patterns in the traffic that were probably not there. Her house felt different when she entered. The silence was no longer peaceful but expectant. She checked every room, a ritual she had never needed before. Everything was in its place. Yet on her kitchen counter next to the fruit bowl was a single dead fly lying on its back. It could have gotten in through a crack, died naturally, but it felt placed, a tiny, morbid token, a reminder of fragility. She picked it up with a paper towel and flushed it down the drain. There was no fear now, only a cold, clarifying anger. They were trying to unnerve her, to make her doubt her sanity, to isolate her within her own mind. It was a softer, more patient version of the violence in the safe house, but the goal was the same: to make her stop. She would not stop. She went to her laptop and began a new document, a private, encrypted file. She did not write about the memo or the photograph or the book. She wrote about the fly. She documented the date, the time, the exact position on the counter. She was building her own case, not for a court of law, but for the court of her own enduring consciousness. Every detail, no matter how small, was a piece of evidence in the trial of her life against the faceless thing that sought to own it. The narrative was theirs, but the record would be hers. The next morning, she bought a small, cheap notebook from the drugstore. She began to keep a log in pen and ink, a physical object that felt more real, more permanent than any digital file. She noted the time the mail arrived, the license plates of unfamiliar cars that lingered on her street. the titles of books checked out by her colleagues from the small office library. It was a practice in focused paranoia, a way to channel the humming anxiety into a quiet, methodical task. She was building a fortress of observation, brick by brick. Her work on the stolen lawnmower case concluded with a written judgment. She filed it away and immediately opened a new file, a dispute over a property line between two neighbors. The arguments were petty, the stakes microscopically small. She buried herself in the surveyor's reports, the arcane local ordinances about fence placement. This was the surface world, and she would master its every detail, all the while knowing it was just a surface. The two realities existed simultaneously, the visible and the hidden, and her life was the fragile seam where they met. She was a clerk in the court of the obvious and a secret historian of the true. No one, not even Devon, would ever understand the double life she now led. The silence around her was no longer empty, but full, a medium through which an unspoken dialogue was conducted, one dead fly, one mysterious book, one grainy photograph at a time. The property line dispute was resolved with a handshake and a reluctantly agreed-upon survey. Another tidy loop closed. As the two neighbors left her office, their quiet grumbling was a sound from a different, simpler planet. Ada opened her desk drawer and took out the notebook. She made a single, concise entry about the case's conclusion, then turned to a fresh page. She wrote the words Applied Sciences Division and underlined them twice. This was her real work now. That evening, she drove to the next county, to a large, anonymous electronics store. She paid in cash for a set of small, magnetic keychain trackers, the kind people use to find their lost keys. She also bought a simple, prepaid mobile phone. The purchases felt both absurd and utterly necessary. She was no longer just a historian. She was becoming a field agent in her own life. A few days later, a dark sedan she didn't recognize was parked 2 houses down from hers for the entirety of a Saturday. She didn't see anyone get in or out. On Sunday morning, while the street was still draped in a quiet pre-dawn gray, she took her dog for a walk. As she passed the sedan, she casually dropped her keys. Bending to pick them up, she pressed one of the magnetic trackers deep into the wheel well of the car. Her heart was a frantic drum against her ribs, but her hands were steady. The act was a declaration. She was no longer just observing the watchers. She was mapping them. The tracker's signal appeared on the prepaid phone screen later that day. The car didn't move. It sat there, a silent, metallic sentinel. She wondered if they knew it was tagged, if this was just another layer of their game, allowing her a small, illusory sense of control. It didn't matter. The principle was the same. She had taken an action. However small, it was a response. The war was cold, but it was not static. It was a slow, patient dance in the dark, and she had just taken her first, deliberate step. The river was cold and the world continued, but she was no longer just a note of dissonance. She was a counterpoint, a melody of her own making, played softly against the immense, indifferent song. The sedan remained for 2 more days, a patient, metallic fixture on her street. The tracker's signal was a steady, pulsing dot on her cheap phone's map, a tiny anchor in the fog of her uncertainty. On the 3rd morning, the dot finally moved. It traveled not to some clandestine industrial park, but to a corporate office building in the city, where it remained parked in a subterranean garage for 9 hours before returning to its post down the street. It was a shift change. They were keeping regular hours. The banality of it was somehow the most frightening part. She began to vary her own routines with a new, calculated purpose. She visited different grocery stores, took different walking routes, spent afternoons in different public libraries, her notebook always close at hand. She was not just hiding. She was learning the rhythm of their surveillance, turning their observation into a 2-way mirror. She saw the same faces, not often, but enough: a woman in a beige coat reading a magazine on a park bench, a man in a delivery uniform who seemed to be making rounds at odd hours. They were professionals, ghosts in the machine of daily life, but she was learning to see the seams in their camouflage. The prepaid phone buzzed one evening, an alert from the tracker. The sedan was on the move again, but this time it was heading out of the city, toward the older industrial districts that line the river. She watched the .s progress on the screen, a slow, deliberate crawl along the digital map. It stopped at a location that, when she zoomed in, was listed as a disused textile mill. She knew that area. It was slated for redevelopment. She opened her notebook and wrote down the address and the time. This was not a shift change. This was different. The dance had changed its tempo, and the music, silent to everyone else, was growing louder in her ears. She did not follow the sedan that night. To do so would be to break the unspoken rules of this new, quiet war. Instead, she spent the next day in the county records office, her presence easily explained by a vague reference to a historical zoning question for a case. The disused textile mill was owned by a numbered shell company, which in turn was a subsidiary of a holding group she had never heard of. It was a dead end, a Russian nesting doll of corporate obfuscation, but the very act of looking was its own kind of answer. They had led her there for a reason. They wanted her to look. A few days later, a padded envelope arrived at her home address, the first piece of their correspondence to breach that particular barrier. It contained no book, no photograph. It held a single, thin silver key taped to a plain white index card. There was no number, no identification of any kind. The key was cold and light in her hand. It was not for a house or a car. It was a smaller key for a padlock or a mailbox, an invitation or a test. She placed the key in a small box in her closet next to the notebook and the prepaid phone. It sat there inert, but its presence changed the geometry of her home. It was a tangible question, a door waiting to be unlocked. She knew she would have to find the lock it belonged to. The game was no longer about observation and documentation. It was about action. They were giving her a role to play, a part in their script, and the only choice she had left was whether to read her lines or to tear the pages out and write her own. The river was pulling her forward, and the safe, solid bank was now just a memory, a receding line on a shore she had already left behind. She spent the weekend with the key. It sat on her kitchen table while she drank her tea, a small, silver question mark. They had given it to her, which meant they expected a reaction. To use it was to follow their lead. To ignore it was to show fear, to concede the initiative. There was a third path, the one she was learning to walk, to accept the object but on her own terms. On Monday, she drove to the largest hardware store in the adjacent state, 2 hours away. She bought a key-cutting machine, a small, heavy device, and a blank of the same brand as the silver key. Back home in her garage with the door closed, she practiced on an old, unused key until her hands were sure. Then, with meticulous care, she duplicated the silver key. The soft whirring of the machine was the only sound. When she was done, she had 2 identical keys. She polished the original until it shone, wiping away any microscopic traces of her handling. The copy felt warmer, heavier with her intent. The next part was the riskiest. She waited for a day when the sedan was gone from her street, its tracker showing it was at the corporate office. She drove to the central post office, a grand, old building with walls of brass P.O. boxes. She chose a box at random, one that looked rarely used, in a dimly lit corner. With a quick, fluid motion, she slipped the original silver key into the narrow return slot beneath the box. It fell with a faint, metallic clink into the darkness within. She walked away, her pulse steady. She had not refused their gift. She had accepted it and given it back. The message was clear. I am not your errand girl. If you have a door for me to open, you will have to be clearer. The copy of the key was now in her pocket, a secret of her own. The ball was back in their court, and she had changed the game from a test of obedience to a test of wills. She drove home, watching the world outside her window, the ordinary people going about their ordinary days, unaware of the silent, precise war being waged in the spaces between their errands and their appointments. She felt, for the first time in weeks, a faint, grim sense of satisfaction. She was learning their language, and she was starting to speak it back. The satisfaction was a fleeting warmth in a cold landscape. 2 days passed with no sedan, no envelopes, no signs. The silence felt different this time, not like a held breath, but like a recalculation. They were processing her move. On the 3rd morning, her personal cell phone, the one listed to her name, vibrated with an unknown number. No caller ID. She let it go to voicemail. A minute later, a text message appeared. The box at the main post office. You dropped your key. Her breath caught. They had not only found it, they had identified the specific box. They were telling her they owned the system, that her attempt at a clever return was child's play to them. She deleted the text and blocked the number, a futile gesture she knew, but a necessary one for her own sense of order. The copy of the key felt like a lead weight in her desk drawer. They knew she had it. Of course they knew. That afternoon, a different courier arrived at her office, this one from a mainstream international service. He handed her a small, flat box. Inside, nestled in black foam, was a brand new smartphone. It was already powered on. As she watched, the screen lit up without a touch. A single word appeared in the center of the display in a plain, gray font, unlock. Then it went dark. She stared at the inert device. The key had been a test of her ingenuity. This was something else. This was a tool, a direct line. They were no longer just sending her messages. They were giving her the means to receive them on a device they undoubtedly controlled. To turn it on, to use it, would be to step fully onto their playing field. To refuse it would be to admit she was afraid of the connection. She placed the phone back in its foam and closed the box. She would not carry it with her. It would live in her office, a contained node of their influence. She was building her own network piece by piece, a system of her own design to counter theirs. The phone was their latest move. Her response was yet to be written. The dance continued, the steps growing more complex, the rhythm settling into the very beat of her heart. She left the box on her desk for the rest of the day, a dark monolith in her peripheral vision. At 5 o'clock, she did not take it with her. Let it be a piece of the office, a problem for her professional self. Her home would remain, for now, a separate country. The following morning, the phone was gone. The box remained empty. No one had entered her office. She was certain of it. The cleaning staff came at night, but they would not have taken a single item from a sealed box. Its disappearance was a quieter, more profound message than its arrival. They had demonstrated that the physical barrier of a locked office door was meaningless to them. The phone was now in the wild, a part of her ecosystem, whether she carried it or not. A week of unsettling normalcy passed. Then on Saturday, her own personal laptop, which she used for nothing more than browsing recipes and paying bills, chimed with a new email. The sender was a jumble of letters and numbers. The subject line was blank. The body contained only a hyperlink, rendered in stark blue text against the white background. It was not a link to a website she recognized. The domain was a string of meaningless characters followed by a country code she didn't know. This was the true escalation. They had her personal email. They were bypassing the official channels, the couriers, even the phone they had provided. They were in her home not as a physical presence, but as a digital ghost. She stared at the link. It was a door. Clicking it was the equivalent of sliding the silver key into a lock. It was an act of will, a conscious step into the dark. She did not click it. Instead, she copied the URL and pasted it into a note on her encrypted file. She then meticulously cleared her browser's cache and history. She was treating her own computer like a crime scene. This was her life now, a series of small, forensic actions to preserve the integrity of a self that was under constant, silent assault. The link sat in the note, a dormant digital serpent. They had given her a choice, but it was a choice between two unknowns. The mystery of what lay beyond the link and the certainty that refusing to look was a form of surrender. The river current had found her in her own kitchen, and it was pulling, gently but insistently, at her feet. She made a pot of coffee, the familiar ritual doing little to ground her. The email was a line in the sand that had been crossed without her permission. She could change her password, create a new account, but the violation felt absolute. The boundary between her private life and their game had dissolved. An hour later, an idea formed, cold and clear. She drove to a library in a neighboring town, using one of their public computers. She opened a new, anonymous browser window. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. Then she typed in the URL from the email, character for character. She would look, but on her own terms, in a place they could not directly tie to her. The screen went black for a moment before resolving into a single, high-resolution image. It was a photograph of a building she knew instantly. It was the county records office where she had researched the textile mill. The angle was taken from across the street, capturing the main entrance. In the foreground, clear and unmistakable, was her own figure, caught mid-stride as she was leaving the building 2 days prior. A red circle was drawn around the folder she had been carrying. The image remained static. There were no buttons, no text, no sound, just the proof of their omnipresent gaze. They were not just showing her that they were watching. They were showing her that they knew she was digging and exactly where she had been digging. It was a warning, but also an acknowledgement. She had graduated from a passive recipient of their clues to an active investigator, and this was their way of noting her promotion. She closed the browser, the image seared into her mind. They had led her to the mill with the tracker. She had taken the bait and gone to the records office. Her every move was a response to their stimuli. She walked out of the library into the bland afternoon light, the world seeming flimsy and thin, a painted backdrop. She needed to do something they could not predict, something that originated entirely from her. The problem was, she realized, that she no longer knew where their influence ended and her own will began. The current was no longer just pulling at her feet. It was the very medium in which she swam. The thought was a chilling one, a loss of agency more profound than any direct threat. She stood in the library parking lot, the sun warm on her skin, and felt utterly invisible and completely exposed at the same time. She needed an action that was hers alone, a move born of her own history, not theirs. She drove, not home, but to the old city cemetery. It was a place she had loved since childhood, a sprawling garden of stone and silence where she had first developed her fascination with the past. She parked and walked past the grand, ornate monuments to the simpler, older headstones at the back, their inscriptions worn smooth by rain and time. She stopped before a small, gray marker. Eleanor Moss, 1880-1912, beloved daughter. It was a grave she had adopted as a teenager, a person lost to history with no living family, she presumed, to tend her memory. For years, Ada had come here to clean the stone and leave wildflowers. It was a purely personal ritual, a secret act of kindness for a stranger. No one knew about it, not Devin, not anyone. She knelt, pulling a few stray weeds from the base of the stone. The earth was cool and damp. This was her proof of life, her anchor to the self she had been before the envelopes and the silent sedans. She stayed for a long time until the shadows began to lengthen, drawing a quiet strength from the simple, unobserved act. When she returned to her car, she saw it immediately. A small, smooth, gray river stone had been placed squarely on her driver's side windshield wiper. It was identical to the stones she had just been clearing from Eleanor Moss's grave. Her breath froze in her lungs. The world seemed to tilt. They were here. They had been here, watching her in this most private of sanctuaries. The message was devastatingly clear. There is no sanctuary. There is no part of you that we do not own. Your past, your present, your private griefs and kindnesses, they are all just data points to us. She picked up the stone. It was cool and solid in her palm. The violation was absolute, a desecration not just of her privacy, but of her inner self. She looked around at the quiet, empty cemetery. There was no one, just the rows of the dead and the rustling leaves. They were ghosts, and they were everywhere. The fight was no longer about a mysterious organization or a hidden truth. It was a fight for the very integrity of her own mind. She got in the car, the river stone held tightly in her fist. They had taken her anchor. Now she was truly adrift. The stone was still in her hand when she started the car, its weight a tiny, crushing gravity. She did not throw it out the window. She placed it in the cup holder, a trophy from a battle she hadn't known she was fighting on that particular field. They wanted her to know they could reach into her soul. Fine, let them see she could carry the weight. She drove directly to a small, independent jeweler she had used once to repair a clasp on her grandmother's necklace. The bell above the door chimed softly. An old man with a magnifying loupe screwed into his eye looked up from a delicate watch movement. "I need this drilled," she said, placing the river stone on the glass counter between them. "Straight through, and a sturdy silver chain." The man picked up the stone, turning it over in his fingers. Not the usual material, could crack. "It'll hold," she said, her voice flat. She knew it would. It had to. An hour later she walked out, the cool gray stone now hanging from a simple chain around her neck, hidden beneath her shirt. It rested against her sternum, a hard, smooth reminder. They had turned her private ritual into a weapon. She had taken that weapon and worn it as armor. It was a small, defiant alchemy. The next envelope arrived at her office, this one by standard mail with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a black and white photograph of the cemetery gate taken from a distance. On the back, in the same typeset font, was a time 10:00 p.m. and the address of the disused textile mill. No date, it was for tonight. This was it, the final nudge. They were no longer inviting her to look for the door, they were holding it open. The phone, the email, the stone, they had all been steps in her initiation, a brutal hazing to prove she could withstand the pressure. She felt a strange, cold clarity settle over her. The fear was still there, a humming wire in the background, but it was no longer in control. She spent the remaining hours methodically. She went home, she ate, she changed into dark, practical clothing. She did not pack a bag, she took only her wallet, her keys, and the notebook. She left the phone they had given her, the one that had vanished and reappeared on her kitchen table. She would not be tracked, not this time. This was her arrival, and she would do it on her own terms. At 9:45 p.m., she stood across the street from the textile mill. It was a hulking silhouette of brick and broken windows against the bruised night sky. The main gate was chained, but a smaller pedestrian door beside it was slightly ajar, a slash of deeper darkness. As she watched, a shadow detached itself from the gloom near the door and melted away into the night. They were still watching, but they were pulling back the curtain. She crossed the street, her footsteps echoing in the empty industrial silence. The stone felt warm against her skin. She did not hesitate at the door. She pushed it open and stepped inside, from the quiet night into the vast, waiting roar of the dark. The air inside was thick and still, heavy with the smell of old oil, dust, and the faint, sweet rot of decaying wood. A sliver of moonlight cut through a broken pane high above, illuminating floating motes of dust. It was enough to see that she was in a cavernous space, a former weaving room. The skeletons of massive looms stood in silent, orderly rows, their metal parts glinting dully, their leather drive belts hanging in stiff, rotten loops. A single electric lantern flickered on 50 yards away, its beam cutting a stark path through the gloom. It sat on the floor, illuminating a metal spiral staircase that led up to a catwalk. The message was clear. The path was lit. She moved forward, her soft-soled shoes making no sound on the concrete floor. She felt like a ghost in a machine, a tiny anomaly in this monument to dead industry. As she passed the looms, she resisted the urge to reach out and touch them. This place felt like a temple, and she was the lone congregant arriving for a midnight service. She reached the lantern and looked up the staircase. It ascended into shadows. She picked up the lantern, holding it aloft. The circle of light around her expanded, pushing back the darkness. She began to climb, the metal steps ringing softly under her weight. The catwalk ran the length of the building, a narrow spine of grated steel. At the far end, another light appeared, not a lantern, but the soft, blue glow of a computer monitor. She walked towards it, the lantern in her hand feeling suddenly redundant, a prop in a play where the final stage was already set. The monitor sat on a simple desk that looked wildly out of place amidst the industrial decay. A single, modern office chair was pulled up to it. On the screen, a command prompt blinked, a stark white underscore on a black field. A figure stepped from the shadows behind the desk. It was a woman, perhaps in her late 50s, with severe, short-cropped gray hair and a sharp, intelligent face. She was dressed in a dark, practical jacket and trousers, looking as out of place as the desk, yet somehow completely at home in the role she was playing. "Ada," the woman said. Her voice was calm, measured, and carried easily in the vast space. "You're punctual. Please sit." Ada remained standing, her grip tight on the lantern handle. "Who are you?" "A curator and archivist. You can call me Isabel." She gestured to the chair. The seat is for you. The test is over. The key, the phone, the stone. They were all part of the application process. You passed. Spectacularly, I might add. Your initiative at the records office was particularly impressive. This is a job interview, Ada asked, her voice cold. It's an induction, Isabel corrected. We've been watching you for a long time. Your work, your methodologies, your unique resilience. We deal in the spaces between the official record and the truth. We find the patterns everyone else misses. We needed to see if you could operate under pressure, if you could think for yourself when the rules were being rewritten around you. Isabel tapped the monitor. This is the lock. The key you returned was a symbolic one. The real key is your willingness to sit down. The information on this terminal is the first piece of a puzzle that spans decades and continents. It's a story that needs to be told, and you are the one we've chosen to tell it. Ada looked from the woman's face to the blinking cursor. This was the moment. To sit was to accept the role, to become a part of their hidden world. To walk away was to leave the story untold, to always wonder. The river stone felt heavy against her chest, a reminder of how deep their influence ran. They had orchestrated every step, but the choice now in this final moment was entirely her own. She set the lantern down on the desk, its light washing over the keyboard. Then she pulled out the chair and sat. Story 3. The dust never settled in the valley of the Bélissé. It was a fine white powder that hung in the air, a ghost of the earth itself, tasting of chalk and despair. In the back room of a stone farmhouse, on a rough-hewn wooden table, a single glass of water trembled. It was an imperceptible movement at first, a faint shiver that sent minuscule ripples lapping against the smudged rim. There was no breeze through the cracked shutters, no rumble of a distant truck. The water simply quivered, as if the table had taken a sudden, silent breath. Then it was still. This was the land that made Jammarcus. He was not born of it, not in the way the gnarled olive trees were, but the poverty had nourished him, the injustice had shaped his bones. He was 22, with eyes the color of the summer-scorched earth and a smile that could convince a man to give up his last loaf of bread. They called him Usparviru, the sparrowhawk, for the way he would descend from the ragged hills onto the estates of the Gaebelati, the overseers, swift and merciless, leaving behind emptied storehouses and a burgeoning legend. His fame was a living thing, whispered in the sulfur mines of Raccamudo, sung in the dry fields of Santa Margarita. It was a dangerous fame. It drew the eyes of the powerful, men for whom a symbol was more threatening than a battalion. Francesco Albanese sat in a chair woven from old olive wood in a villa perched high above the coastal town of Menfi. From his terrace the sea was a blue silk sheet, but he never looked at it. He looked inland at the bleached, aching hills. He was a man who had built his authority not on noise but on silence. The absence of a sound, the lack of a name, these were his tools. A young man had been mentioned to him too many times, Jammarcus. Francesco S. fingers, heavy with a gold ring carved with a satyr S. head, tapped a slow rhythm on the arm of his chair. He measured the boy S. worth not in stolen lyre, but in the disruption he caused to the delicate, brutal ecosystem of control. In Palermo, in an office smelling of cigar smoke and floor polish, Devin Caselli felt the disruption like a tremor in the political bedrock. He was a man carved from ambition, his suits too sharp for the shabby city, his gaze always fixed on a horizon of power that stretched to Rome. This bandit, this sparrowhawk, was a splinter in the thumb of progress. He rallied the very peasants whose votes Devin bought with empty promises and cheap wine. He was an obstacle, and obstacles were to be removed. Devin picked up a telephone, its black shell gleaming like a beetle. He spoke a single name into the receiver, Albanese. And then the Americans came. Jonas Ray Adams arrived on a military transport plane, his shoes too clean, his linen suit unwrinkled by the Sicilian heat. He was an emissary from a new world order, sent to ensure the old world's chaos did not interfere with certain strategic interests. Communist whispers were in the air, and a folk hero with a rifle was a variable that needed managing, either through co-option or elimination. Jonas Ray was a negotiator. He believed every man had a price, he just had to find the currency. Jamarcus knew nothing of these men in their rooms of power. He knew the weight of a rifle in his hands, the dry scent of rosemary on the night air, the fierce loyalty in the eyes of his companions. There was Leo, broad and silent as an ox, and Pippo, quick-fingered and nervous as a bird. They were his brothers, bound by hunger and a raw, unspoken sense of right. And there was Holly. She worked in the salt pans near Trapani, her back stooped from the labor, her hands rough, but her eyes held the deep, still green of the sea at twilight. When Jamarcus looked at her, the sparrowhawk vanished, and only a boy remained, vulnerable and afraid of the hope she kindled in him. He first met Francesco Albanese in a lemon grove at dusk. The air was thick with the perfume of rotting fruit. Francesco was alone, a stout, calm figure in the gathering shadows. "They speak of you in the villages," Francesco said, his voice a low rumble. "They say you steal from the rich." "I return what was stolen," Jamarcus replied, his hand resting on the cool stock of his rifle. Francesco smiled, a thin, bloodless line. "A noble sentiment, but sentiment is a luxury. A man must look at the world as it is. You have made a noise. I can offer you a place where that noise can become a command." "I am not for sale." "Everything is for sale, ragazzo. The question is the price. Think on it. My door is never locked to a man of potential." After he was gone, Jamarcus stood for a long time, the scent of lemons suddenly cloying, suffocating. He found a note nailed to a tree the next morning. It was plain, unlined paper with a single word written in a precise, dark ink: "Consider." Days later, in the dead of night, a different meeting. Jonas Ray Adams, looking out of place and faintly ridiculous in a tweed jacket, waited by an ancient Greek temple, its stones bone-white under the moon. "Your fight is our fight in a way," Jonas Ray began, his Italian accented too perfect. "We believe in freedom. We can provide resources, arms, a voice on the world's stage." "I fight for Sicilian soil," Jamarcus said, his voice flat, "not for your stage." Jonas Reyes' smile was patient. "Soil is politics, son. You can have one without the other. The people who oppose you are aligned with forces we oppose. It makes us natural allies." He extended a card, crisp and white. Jamarcus did not take it. Jonas Ray let it fall to the dry grass. "The offer stands. A man can choose to be a footnote or a chapter in history." Jamarcus walked away, leaving the card on the ground. But later, one of his companions, Pippo, lingered, his eyes on the white rectangle gleaming in the moonlight. When he thought no one was looking, he scooped it up, his quick fingers folding it neatly into his pocket. The pressure tightened like a vice. Devin Caselli's men, the Celery, began a campaign of terror, burning farms suspected of aiding the bandit, beating old men in the town square. The people looked to Jamarcus, their hope a heavy mantle on his shoulders. He had to act, to show them the sparrowhawk still had talons. The plan was to hit a payroll shipment heading for a vast feudal estate. It was bold, a strike at the heart of Devon's financial machinery. The details were known only to Jamarcus and his inner circle. The night before the raid, he stole a few hours with Holly in an abandoned shepherdess hut. The air inside was cool and smelled of old wool and dust. He held her, feeling the delicate architecture of her shoulders beneath his hands. "When this is over," he whispered, his lips against her hair, which smelled of salt and sun, "we will go away from here, to a place with green grass." She did not answer, only held him tighter, and in the silence, he felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The ambush was a masterpiece of its kind. The truck, armored and flanked by 2 cars of Celery, rolled into the narrow gorge just after dawn. Jamarcus gave the signal, a single shot that echoed off the stone walls. Chaos erupted. His men, positioned on the cliffs, rained fire down. It was a victory, swift and brutal. The payroll boxes, heavy and locked, were hauled onto their wagon. As they prepared to retreat into the hills, a sound cut through the ringing silence, the slow, deliberate clap of hands. Francesco Albanese stepped out from behind a large rock as if he had been watching a play. He was not alone. A dozen of his men, their suits dark and neat, stood with him, their weapons held with a casual, professional ease. "Our impressive display, Sparrowhawk," Francesco said, his voice carrying easily in the confined space. "But all plays must end." Jamarcus raised his rifle, but a movement to his side stopped him. Leo, his ox-strong companion, lowered his own weapon, his face a mask of shame. And Pippo, the nervous bird, was already walking toward Francesco, not meeting Jamarcus's eyes. "The price was right," Pippo mumbled, his words almost lost in the gorge. "For my family." It was Holly who had been the lake, a whispered fear, a confession to a sympathetic ear that was, in truth, an agent of Devon, as she had not meant to betray him, only to protect him, to give the powerful what they wanted in exchange for his life. It was the oldest, most tragic miscalculation. Francesco nodded, a single, almost regretful dip of his head. His men raised their weapons. The Sparrowhawk fought a furious, beautiful, and hopeless dance in the morning sun. He saw Leo fall, a look of profound surprise on his face. He saw Pippo cut down by a stray bullet, the American S card fluttering unstained from his dead hand. And then a shot, clean and precise, from one of Francesco's men struck Jamarcus in the chest. He fell to his knees, the hot Sicilian dust filling his mouth. Francesco walked over to him, looking down. He bent and with a surprising gentleness closed Jamarcus's staring eyes. "A waste," he murmured to the still air. "Such potential wasted on sentiment." He turned and walked away, his men melting back into the landscape. The gorge was silent again, save for the buzzing of flies. The payroll boxes were left where they lay. The lesson was the point, not the money. Jonas Ray Adams was informed over a breakfast of coffee and pastries. He nodded, made a note in a small leather-bound book, and caught the next flight out. The variable had been eliminated. Devin Caselli gave a speech in Palermo 2 days later, decrying the lawlessness of bandits and praising the swift, tragic justice that had befallen them. He was widely applauded. Weeks passed, the story of the Sparrowhawk began to curdle, reshaped by the powerful. He was no longer a hero, but a common thief, a murderer of his own men. The hope he had kindled was systematically extinguished. In the valley of the Belisaire, the dust never settles. The white powder hangs in the air, a ghost of the earth. In a forgotten gorge, the bones of a young man and his companions lie scattered, bleached by the sun. The wind, when it blows, whispers through the rocks, a sound like a sigh. A single, sun-bleached note, the paper brittle and torn, is caught in a thorn bush. The ink has been washed away by the rain, the words lost. It trembles, an imperceptible movement in the vast, enduring silence, as the land, patient and eternal, slowly erases the memory of the crime, leaving only the faintest trace of what once was and what might have been. The story did not end in the gorge. It was carried out on the wind, a bitter seed. In a small house by the salt pans, Holly heard the official version from a sneering celery. She did not cry. She wrapped her grief around her like a shroud and went back to work, the white salt crusting her lashes like frost. But at night she would take the knife Jamarcus had given her, its handle worn smooth by his hand, and press the point against her fingertip until a bead of blood welled, a small, private promise. Francesco Albanese returned to his villa. He sat in his olive wood chair and looked inland. The silence he had purchased felt complete, but it was a sterile silence. He had removed a spark, and in doing so had proven to every hungry boy in the hills that the old ways were the only ways. He had won a battle against a boy, but the war for the soul of the place was a colder, lonelier thing without him. In a tavern in Raccamuto, a young miner who had once shared his wine with Jamarcus got drunk on grappa. He stood on a wobbly table and sang a forbidden verse of an old song, one that spoke of a hawk that would never be caged. The carabinieri were called. He was dragged away, but the verse hung in the smoky air, and other men memorized it. The land itself seemed to rebel. A strange blight afflicted the lemon grove where Francesco and Gianmarcus had met. The trees, once heavy with fruit, withered from the inside out, their leaves curling black as if touched by fire. The workers crossed themselves and spoke of a curse. Francesco had the grove razed, but the story spread faster than any disease. Months later, a man arrived in Santa Margherita. He was from the north, a journalist with worn-out shoes and a determined set to his jaw. He asked questions about the sparrowhawk. He was met with silence at first, with suspicious stares, but he was patient. He bought drinks for old men and listened to their rambling stories. He found Holly, though she would not speak to him. He simply watched her for a day, the way she worked, the unyielding set of her shoulders, and he knew the official story was a lie. He found the gorge. He pieced together the betrayal from the placement of the bones, from the bullet casings that did not match the bandits' known rifles. He found the thorn bush and the scrap of paper, its message gone, but its presence a testament to a truth that had been scrubbed away. His article did not cause a revolution. It was published in a small leftist paper in Turin and was largely ignored, but it was a record. A copy found its way to a dockside in Palermo, where a stevedore read it aloud to his comrades. Another was smuggled into the sulfur mines. The story, the true story, began to circulate again, not as a whisper of hope, but as a lesson in betrayal. The myth of the sparrowhawk was dead. In its place grew something harder, more resilient, and far more dangerous, the cold, hard fact of a martyr. And in the valley of the Bellissè, the dust still never settles. It gets in your eyes, your throat, your food. It is a constant, gritty reminder. The land does not forget. It holds the memory in its bleached stones and dry riverbeds, waiting. A new glass of water on a different rough-hewn table trembles. The movement is faint, a shiver that sends ripples across the surface. There is no breeze. The earth is simply speaking again in a language only the hungry can understand. One of those who understood was the son of the drunken miner from Raccamuto. His name was Alessio, and he was 14 the night his father was taken. He remembered the song, the defiance in his father's slurred voice, and the heavy thud of boots. He remembered the silence that followed, a silence more frightening than any noise. He did not join the miners. He took to the hills, not as a bandit, but as a shepherd. He knew the hidden paths better than any carabinieri. And he carried with him, folded small and hidden in the lining of his jacket, the article from the Turin paper. He met Holly by chance, or by the design of a land that curated its vengeance. He was bringing a sick lamb to a spring near the salt pans. She was there, washing the salt from her arms. She saw the way he moved, with a quiet, watchful grace that reminded her of another. She said nothing to him, but the next day she left a small parcel of bread and cheese wrapped in a clean cloth near the spring. Inside the cloth, tucked into the fold, was Gianmarcus' knife. It was not a signal to start a new rebellion. It was an inheritance. Alessio took the knife and understood its weight. He did not become a new sparrowhawk. He became something else, a keeper of the truth. He would meet other young men in the hills, sons of those who had cheered for Gianmarcus. He would not speak of glorious raids or stolen payrolls. He would tell them about the Lemon Grove, about the American-S card, about Pippo-S betrayal and Leo-S shame. He told them about the journalist and how the powerful had tried to erase a man from history, and how they had failed because the land itself refused to forget. Francesco Albanese grew old in his villa. The sea was still blue silk, but he looked inland more than ever. He heard whispers of a new quiet defiance, one that had no single face or name and was therefore impossible to cut down. He had spent his life understanding the economy of fear and favor, but this was different. This was a patient, geological resistance. He died in his olive wood chair, his eyes on the hills, and the last thing he heard was not the sound of the waves, but the sigh of the wind through the valley, a sound that held no peace. Devin Caselli went to Rome. He became a minister, a man of importance in a new, democratic Italy. But his power was always brittle, built on a foundation of old Sicilian secrets that he thought he had buried in a nameless gorge. He would sometimes startle awake in the night, the taste of chalk and despair in his mouth, though he had never been to the valley of the Bellissè. Years turned, the story of Gianmarcus, stripped of its romantic myth, became a local history, A dark folktale parents told their children not to inspire them, but to warn them of the world's realities. But the warning contained its own spark. The boy who was warned might one day decide the world needed changing. And the dust, the eternal, fine, white dust of the Bélissé, continued to hang in the air. It settled on the new factories that were built, on the cars that now drove on paved roads, on the graves of the old ones and the cradles of the new. It was the same dust. It got into the machinery of progress and ground it down just a little. It was a powder of memory, and it refused to settle. It was the land's own breath, and it was waiting for the next inevitable, trembling breath to be taken. The next breath came from a different direction, not from the hills, but from the city. It was in Palermo, in a university lecture hall where a young professor of history, a woman from Santa Margherita whose nana had secretly kept a sparrow's feather pressed inside her prayer book, projected a grainy photograph onto a screen. It was the journalist's article, and she was giving a lecture on the construction of post-war Sicilian identity. She spoke of Jammarcus not as a hero or a bandit, but as a symptom of a sickness, a symbol of a fractured society. A young man in the third row, whose name was Luca and whose grandfather had been a celery, listened, his face a careful mask of indifference. But that night he looked up the old records the police reports his family had kept locked away. He read the cold, bureaucratic account of the ambush and felt a strange, unsettling shame, a crumbling of a foundation he had never questioned. The story was a seed carried on a different wind now, no longer a folk song but an academic thesis, no longer a whispered promise but a historical critique. It was less romantic, but in its way more potent. It could not be dismissed as the fantasy of peasants. It was documented, cited, and filed away in libraries. Alessio, now a man with a weathered face and quiet eyes, heard about the lecture from a traveler. He simply nodded. He had long since buried the knife, wrapped in an oilcloth, beneath a specific stone near the spring. He knew its purpose was not for him to use, but for him to safeguard, to pass on when the time was right. He understood that the fight was changing shape. It was no longer about rifles and payroll wagons. It was about memory, and memory had just found a new fortress in the halls of academia. In a small apartment in Turin, the old journalist, his own crusading days long behind him, received a letter from the young professor, thanking him for his work. He read it, then looked out his window at the rain-slicked streets, a world away from the Sicilian sun. He allowed himself a small, grim smile. A story was a stubborn thing. You could bury it, distort it, try to erase it, but it would always find a way to breathe again. It was like the dust of the Bélissé, invisible until the light hit it just right, and then you saw it was everywhere. The light that finally caught the dust was not the sun, but the cold, steady glow of a computer screen. Luca, the grandson of the celery, sat in a state archive, digitizing old land deeds for a university project. His fingers, trained to handle brittle paper, moved with a delicate precision. He found the file almost by accident, misfiled between records for a vineyard and a quarry. It was a personal ledger, its entries in the sharp, angular hand of Francesco Albanese. Most of it was mundane, accounts for olive oil and repairs to a stable roof. But one entry, dated just after the ambush, made Luca's blood run cold. It was a single line, an expenditure for services rendered, followed by a name that was not Pippo S. or Leo S., but that of a minor official in the Caselli administration. The betrayal had been a transaction with 3 parties, not 2. Jammarcus had been sold out not just by a fearful lover and greedy comrades, but by the very system he was fighting, a system that had paid one of its own to ensure the trap was sprung. Luca closed the ledger. He looked at his own hands, seeing his grandfather's fingers in their shape. He had a choice, the same choice Jonas Ray Adams had offered Jammarcus a lifetime ago, to be a footnote or a chapter. He could close the file, remisplace it, and let the silence continue, or he could scan the page. He could attach it to an email and send it to the young professor in Palermo. It would not bring back the dead. It would not topple any governments. But it would add another sentence to the record, another layer of truth to the story that refused to die. His finger hovered over the mouse. In the quiet of the archive, he could almost hear it, the faint, high sound of a distant hawk, a ghost on the wind, waiting. He clicked send. The dust, unsettled, swirled in a beam of light from the projector in the next room. The email arrived in the Professor's inbox on a Tuesday. She read it standing up, her hand rising to her mouth. The ledger entry was a small thing, a single line in a sea of ink, but it was the key that unlocked the final door. It proved the conspiracy was not just local, not just a matter of bandits and their betrayals, but a calculated, top-down eradication. Her next lecture was not about identity, but about murder. She projected the scanned page for all her students to see. Luca did not attend. He had quit the archive and taken a job on a fishing boat, needing the clean, sharp smell of the sea to wash the taste of chalk and old secrets from his mouth. He never spoke of what he had found, but he wore the knowledge like a hidden weight, a counterbalance to his family's history. The story, now armed with its new, cold evidence, began a slow, methodical climb out of academic journals. A national newspaper picked it up. A documentary filmmaker, intrigued by the Professor's work, traveled to Santa Margarita. He found an old woman, her back bent from a lifetime of hauling salt, who would not speak on camera but who pointed a single, unwavering finger towards the hills. He found the spring, though the stone beneath which the knife was buried remained a secret. He filmed the empty gorge, the silence itself becoming a character in his story. When the documentary aired, it was watched in a comfortable apartment in Rome by an old man. Devin Caselli saw the ledger entry, his own father's administration implicated in a 50-year-old murder. He turned off the television, his hand trembling. The taste in his mouth was no longer just chalk, but the specific, gritty dust of the Belize, as if the land had finally reached out and forced him to breathe it in. He died a month later, the official cause a stroke, but those who knew him said he simply willed himself to stop fighting a ghost. Alessio watched the documentary on a small set in a bar in Raccamuto. He showed no emotion, but when it was over, he walked into the hills. He went to the spring and sat for a long time. He did not dig up the knife. Its work was done. The truth it was meant to guard was now loose in the world. The inheritance was complete. The land did not change. The dust still hung in the air. The wind still sighed through the gorges, but the silence was different now. It was no longer the silence of something missing, but the silence of something resolved. The story had reached its end, not with a bang or a revolution, but with a quiet, inexorable settling of accounts. The earth had spoken, and after all these years, it had finally been understood. In the bar in Raccamuto, after Alessio had left for the hills, a young woman named Giulia wiped down the counter. She had watched the documentary with a still heart, her grandfather's stories of the sparrowhawk now given a terrible, concrete shape. She looked at the faces of the old men in the bar, men who had lived through it all and saw not closure but a fresh, quiet anger. The truth had been acknowledged, but it had not been answered. The filmmaker's work was nominated for an award. At the ceremony in Florence, he was approached by a wealthy industrialist from Milan, a man whose father had been a business partner of the Caselli family. The industrialist offered his congratulations, his handshake firm, his smile polished. He suggested in the most polite terms that some histories were best left to rest, that stirring the dust only made it harder for everyone to breathe. The filmmaker simply nodded, but he kept the business card he was given. He understood that the story was not over. It had merely entered a new, more sophisticated arena. In Santa Margarita, the salt pans were automated. Holly's hands, now gnarled with arthritis, no longer had to rake the crystals. She spent her days in a small chair by her door, watching the young people leave for jobs in the north. She saw Giulia, the bartender's daughter, reading a book about labor organization. She saw the way the girl looked at the hills, not with fear, but with calculation. One evening, Giulia came to sit with her. She did not speak of the past. She spoke of the present, of the new factories along the coast that promised jobs but paid poverty wages, of the northern corporations that bought the land for a pittance. It was the same old story wearing new clothes. Holly listened, her old eyes sharp. She reached out a trembling hand and placed it on Giulia as it was not a knife, but it was a touch, a passing of a different kind of strength. The documentary was eventually forgotten by the wider world, another piece of historical truth filed away. But in the valley of the Belize, the dust motes, illuminated by the setting sun, seemed to dance with a new energy. They were the same particles of memory, but they were now arranging themselves into a new pattern. The fight was no longer for the memory of a single man, but for the future of the place itself. The land had finished telling one story. It was already beginning to whisper the first lines of the next. Giulia started a blog. It was not a grand gesture, but it was hers. She wrote in a clear, unadorned Sicilian that the professors in Palermo would have frowned upon, but that the people in the valley understood. She wrote about the chemical smell from the new factories that sometimes overpowered the scent of rosemary, about the water rights sold to a bottled water company, leaving local wells dry. She connected these new injustices to the old, rusted chain of the past. She did not mention Jamarcus by name, but his ghost was there in every line, a precedent for resistance. The industrialist from Milan saw the blog. He had people who monitored such things. He made a phone call, and a week later, Giulia was offered a lucrative job in public relations for one of his subsidiaries in Catania. The offer was generous, a ticket out of the dying valley. It was not a threat, but a purchase. She refused. The next day, her blog was flooded with anonymous, vitriolic comments accusing her of being a traitor to Sicilian progress, a romantic stuck in the past. Holly heard about the offer and the subsequent harassment from a neighbor. She said nothing, but the next morning she was waiting by Giulia's door. She held a small, faded cloth. Inside was not a weapon, but a single, desiccated lemon, blackened and hard as stone. It was from the grove, the one that had withered after Francesco Albanese betrayed the sparrowhawk. It was a relic of a curse. "Put it on your desk," Holly said, her voice a dry rustle, "so you remember what they do to beautiful things." Luca, on his fishing boat, heard about the blog from his crewmates. He felt a pull, a responsibility he had tried to leave behind in the archive. He sent Giulia an anonymous email, a scanned page from a different ledger he had never dared to release. It showed the industrialist's grandfather's initial investment in the Albanese estate, a silent partner in the very system that had created the sparrowhawk. The chain of complicity was longer than anyone had imagined. Giulia published the new document. The reaction was swift. The industrialist sued for defamation. The fight was no longer in the hills or the lecture halls, but in the courts, a battle of lawyers and injunctions. It was a modern war, fought with paper and pixels, but the stakes felt ancient. Alessio, now an old man himself, heard the news on a transistor radio. He walked to the spring one last time. He did not look for the knife. Instead, he sat and listened to the water, a sound that had persisted through everything. He knew he would not see the end of this new story. But as he looked at the stubborn green shoots pushing through the dry ground near the water's edge, he felt a certainty settle in his bones. The land was not done. Simply cultivating a new crop, and Giulia was its first fierce blossom. The dust would never settle. It was the medium in which the future, relentless and unyielding, was already beginning to right itself. The lawsuit dragged on, a slow and expensive grinding of legal machinery designed to exhaust her. Giulia's blog, once a local curiosity, was now a symbol. Donations came in, small sums from pensioners and factory workers, enough to keep her lawyer paid and her computer running. She worked from a back room in her mother's house, the blackened lemon sitting on her desk like a talisman. It was not hope it gave her, but a cold, clear anger that was better fuel. Luca followed the case from a distance, his anonymity a shield he was no longer sure he wanted. He had sent the document out of a sense of historical duty, but seeing Giulia's face on the news, pale and determined, made it personal. The past was not a series of documents to be digitized. It was a live wire, and he had finally touched it. The industrialist, a man named Edoardo Conti, found the publicity distasteful. He was not a brutal landowner like Albanese. He was a globalist, a patron of the arts. This stubborn girl from a forgotten valley was a persistent stain on his polished image. His lawyers advised him to settle, to offer her a silence fee and be done with it, but Conti refused. He understood that this was not about money. It was about precedent. He would not be the first link in a new chain of accountability. The court date was set for a Tuesday in Palermo. The night before, Giulia could not sleep. She walked to the salt pans, now silent and gleaming under automated lights. She thought of Holly-S hands, of the generations of women who had worked here, their labor ground into the very soil. She was not fighting for a memory. She was fighting for the substance of the place, for its right to a future that was not dictated from Milan. In his villa overlooking Lake Como, Edoardo Conti also lay awake. He had flown in from a meeting in Zurich, his mind buzzing with figures and projections. But beneath the numbers, a single, unwelcome thought persisted. The Girl-S lawyer had subpoenaed his corporate archives, seeking a specific pattern of land acquisition. They were getting closer to a truth he had thought buried, a series of transactions that linked his empire directly to the old, corrupted foundations of the Caselli and Albanese fortunes. He had built his world on the assumption that the past was a closed ledger. Now, a girl with a blog was trying to force it open. The morning of the hearing, a strange fog rolled in from the sea, blanketing the coast. It was thick and white, muting the sounds of the city. As Giulia walked up the courthouse steps, a figure emerged from the haze. It was Luca. He had docked his boat and taken the first train. He said nothing, simply fell into step beside her. He was not there as a historian or a whistleblower, but as a witness. He was there to look the lawyers in the eye. The hearing was a dry affair of motions and counter-motions. Nothing was decided, but as Giulia and Luca left the courthouse, the fog was beginning to burn away under the weak winter sun. A television reporter shoved a microphone in her face, asking for a comment on Conti's latest statement about economic progress. Giulia looked past the camera towards the hills she could not see but knew were there. She thought of the dust, the patient, eternal dust. She turned back to the lens, her voice clear and steady. "This is not about progress," she said. "It is about poison, and we will no longer agree to be poisoned." Her words were broadcast that evening. In a quiet apartment in Turin, the old journalist watched them. He was very frail now, but his mind was sharp. He saw the determination in Giulia's face, the quiet resolve in Luca's stance behind her. He saw that the story had not just been kept alive. It had grown up. It had learned new words and new ways to fight. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in decades, the taste in his mouth was not of chalk, but of something clean, like rain on dry earth. The land had found its new voice. The clean taste in the old journalist's mouth lasted until the end, which came peacefully in his sleep just a few nights later. On his desk, next to his typewriter, was a single, unfinished sentence on a piece of paper. It read, "The story never ends, it only." His daughter, clearing his apartment, read the fragment and understood. She folded the paper and placed it in the pocket of her coat. In Palermo, the legal war of attrition continued. Edoardo Conti's strategy was to delay, to file endless motions, to make the process a financial and emotional quagmire. But Giulia, fortified by Luca's quiet presence and the small, steady stream of support from the valley, found a strange rhythm in the fight. The blog became a meticulous record of the legal process, translating legalese into the blunt language of the people. She was not just a plaintiff, she was a teacher. Luca found he could not return to the sea. The archive had trained him for this, for the patient sifting of details. He began helping Giulia's lawyer, using his skills to trace the labyrinthine ownership of shell corporations and offshore holdings that Conti used to shield his assets. It was detective work, and the past was their guide. They followed the money, and the money, like a river seeking its old course, led back to the Belice Valley. The breakthrough came from an unexpected place. A junior accountant working for one of Conti's subsidiaries in Catania, a young man who had grown up hearing stories of the sparrowhawk from his grandmother, anonymously sent a single spreadsheet. It detailed the projected cost savings of bypassing new environmental regulations in the valley. The numbers were cold and definitive. They proved that Conti's company had knowingly chosen profit over safety, that the progress he touted was a calculated poison. Giulia published the spreadsheet. This was not a historical document. It was a live wire, a current crime. the lawsuit was suddenly eclipsed by a criminal investigation. Reporters who had ignored the historical angle now swarmed on the story of corporate malfeasance. Edoardo Conti was in his Milan office when the news broke. He watched his stock price begin a slow, sickening slide on the monitor. He looked out at the sleek, modern skyline, a world he had built and controlled. And then his eyes fell on a small, framed photograph on his desk, a picture of his grandfather standing with Francesco Albanese at the opening of a new cannery. He had always seen it as a portrait of legacy and enterprise. Now all he could see was the taint, the original sin that had finally, generations later, reached up from the dust to pull him down. He did not resign. He fought, of course, with teams of lawyers and public relations experts, but the momentum had shifted. The story was no longer a niche historical drama or a local environmental protest. It was a national scandal. Giulia and Luca stood together on a hill overlooking the silent, automated salt pans. The legal battle was far from over, but the fear was gone. The outcome was uncertain, but their purpose was not. Luca took her hand. His were the hands of an archivist and a fisherman. Hers were the hands of a writer and a fighter. They were a new combination, a new answer to an old problem. Below them the land stretched out, bathed in the late afternoon light. The dust was there as it always was, but now it was being stirred by new feet, walking new paths. The story was breathing, and it was building a future from the bones of the past. The criminal investigation was a vortex, pulling in politicians from Rome and regional officials from Palermo who had signed the permits in exchange for favors and future board positions. The scandal had a name now, the Beliseb betrayal, and it was the lead story every night for a week. Giulia and Luca were no longer just activists, they were symbols, and they learned to use that power carefully. They gave interviews together, a united front, their quiet solidarity a stark contrast to the frantic denials coming from Milan. In Santa Margherita, a change was palpable. The young people who had been planning to leave for the north began to hesitate. They saw Giulia on television, speaking their language, and they saw a future that was not predetermined. A community meeting was called in the town square, the first of its kind in years. Giulia spoke, not from a stage, but from the base of the old war memorial, her voice carrying in the clear air. She spoke of clean water and fair work, of owning their own land and their own destiny. It was a simple speech, but it was a seed. Edoardo Conti was indicted on charges of corruption and environmental crimes. His empire began to fracture, its foundations cracked by the relentless pressure. He was forced to sell assets to pay his legal fees, and the first to go were the holdings in the Beliseb Valley. A consortium of local families, organized by Giulia and backed by a cooperative bank that believed in their cause, pooled their resources and made a bid. It was a fraction of the land's market value, but Conti, desperate for liquidity and to sever his connection to the toxic region, accepted. The day the land was officially returned, there was no grand celebration. There was a quiet gathering at the spring. Holly was there, wrapped in a thick shawl, her eyes closed as she listened to the water. Alessio stood beside her, a hand on her shoulder. Giulia and Luca brought a young lemon tree, its roots carefully wrapped in burlap. They planted it near the water's edge, not far from where the knife lay sleeping. It was a different kind of marker, a promise of a different kind of harvest. Story did not end. The fight for the valley's future was just beginning, a daily struggle against economic pressures and old habits. But the silence that settled over the land now was a new one. It was not the silence of absence or of resolution, but the active, humming silence of a field left fallow, gathering its strength for the next season. The dust still rose, but now it was the dust of construction, of new foundations being laid on ground that had been, at long last, truthfully accounted for. The past had been a weapon, then a shield, and now it had become a tool, and the hands that held it were finally their own. The first harvest from the reclaimed land was meager, a few baskets of olives that yielded a dark, pungent oil. It was not enough to sell, so they bottled it and shared it among the families who had invested. The taste was strong, almost bitter, but it was theirs. Luca took a bottle back to his boat, and when he cooked his fish, he used the oil liberally. It tasted like a memory he had never actually lived. a satisfaction that was both new and ancient. Holly passed away the following winter. She was found in her chair by the door, a faint smile on her face as if she had been watching something interesting unfold in the street. In her will, she left her small house to the community cooperative and a single, sealed envelope for Giulia. Inside was a key to a safety deposit box in a bank in Castelvetrano. Giulia and Luca went together. The box contained no jewels, no stacks of money. It held a single, brittle notebook. It was the diary of the woman from the story, the one who had loved Gianmarcus. The pages were filled with a tight, elegant script that spoke of fear and a fierce, secret love. The last entry was a single line. "They have taken him into the hills. I have hidden his son. The story is not over." Giulia read the words in the hushed bank vault, her hands trembling. Luca stood beside her, his presence a steady anchor. They had the land back, they had a legal victory, but this was something else. This was a heart still beating after all these years. It was a responsibility that felt both heavier and more sacred than any lawsuit. The story was indeed not over. It was simply waiting for them to find the next page. They took the diary to the spring, the only place that felt right. Giulia did not read it aloud. She simply held it, feeling the weight of the words, the pulse of the old, stubborn love. Luca walked the perimeter of the young lemon grove they were cultivating, his mind tracing the invisible lines that connected this place to the past and to their own fragile future. The diary was not a blueprint, but a reminder that their fight was part of a much longer, more intimate war for the soul of the valley. A few weeks later, a man arrived in Santa Margherita. He was in his late 60s, with a Professor stoop and a kind, weary face. He asked for Giulia at the bar, and when they met, he introduced himself as Professor Elio Marino, a historian from Rome. He had read about the legal case and the discovery of the ledger connecting Conti to Albanese. For 20 years, he explained, he had been researching a book on post-war Sicilian migration, focusing on the children sent north to escape the poverty. His research had led him to a small industrial town near Turin and to the records of a boy, adopted under a false name, who had grown up to become a teacher. The boy's mother was the woman from the diary. Her name was Lucia. She had been sent away by her family in disgrace after the Sparrowhawk's execution, her child taken from her and placed on a train to the north. She had spent the rest of her life as a seamstress in Palermo, silent and alone, her story buried with her. The professor believed her son might still be alive. He had come to the valley looking for the other half of the story, the half Giulia and Luca had unearthed. Giulia felt the ground shift beneath her feet. The story was no longer about land or water or justice in the abstract. It was about a person. A man who might be living his entire life not knowing where he came from or the love that had defined his beginning. The Sparrowhawk was no longer just a legend, he was a father. That evening she and Luca sat with the professor at her mother's kitchen table, the diary and the old ledger laid out before them like maps to a hidden country. The fight against Conti had been about breaking a chain. This was different. This was about mending a break, about finding a lost thread and weaving it back into the fabric of the place. Luca looked at Giulia at the fierce, focused light in her eyes, and he knew their work was far from finished. The land had its voice back. Now it was asking them to find its lost children. The professor's notes were a labyrinth of dead ends and faded memories. The trail of the adopted boy ended at a clerical error in a Turin orphanage's fire-damaged records, but Giulia had learned from the land itself. She understood that what was buried was not always lost, just waiting for the right conditions to surface. She wrote a new post on her blog, a departure from the legal and environmental updates. She called it The Sparrowhawk's Son. She did not use real names, but she told the story of Lucia and her secret love, of the child sent away on a train. She described the valley not as a place of poison, but as a place of longing, a mother waiting for her child to come home. The post was shared thousands of times. It touched a nerve far beyond Sicily, in the diaspora communities of New York and Buenos Aires, in the industrial cities of the north, where so many southern children had been raised. Dozens of emails poured into her old computer from people wondering if they, too, were part of this story. Luca, meanwhile, looked at the problem from the water. He knew that stories, like currents, often traveled the same paths. He cross-referenced the professor's research with the shipping manifests and port records he had access to through the maritime archive. He was looking for a different kind of departure, a name that might have been changed not just on land, but on a passenger list. He found a possible match, a boy listed as El Russo, age 6, traveling from Genoa to Buenos Aires in the autumn of 1948, accompanied by a priest from a northern diocese. The date fit, the initial fit. It was the slimmest of threads. Giulia stared at the scanned manifest on her screen. Buenos Aires. The distance felt immense, the search impossible. But then she remembered the diary, the final defiant line. The story is not over. She wrote a new post directed at the Sicilian community in Argentina. She included the name from the manifest, the date, the ship. She asked for help. Weeks passed. The criminal case against Conti proceeded, a slow, grinding process that now felt like a background hum. The cooperative was busy planting new crops and repairing old irrigation channels. The day-to-day work of rebuilding was a powerful antidote to the vastness of the search. Then an email arrived. It was from a woman in La Boca. Her grandfather, a man named Lorenzo Russo, had been that boy. He had died a decade ago, a quiet, gentle man who had worked as a carpenter. He had never known his true story, only that he was from Sicily. But he had a son. His name was Matteo. Giulia printed the email. She held the paper in her hands, feeling its weight as she had felt the weight of the diary. She walked to the spring and showed it to Luca. He read it slowly, then looked at the water, at the green shoots pushing through the damp soil. He thought of the old journalist, of the taste of rain on dry earth. This was what it meant, he realized. This was the new crop. It was not just lemons or olives, it was connection. It was a man in Argentina who now had a history, a place to call his own, even if it was only in his heart. The story had crossed an ocean and found its way home, and it was still writing itself. Matteo Russo replied to Giulia's email the very next day. His Spanish was formal, tinged with a melancholy curiosity. He wrote that his father had always been a quiet man, prone to staring at the sea as if waiting for a message from the other side. He had left behind a small box of personal effects, nothing of obvious value. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper, was a small, tarnished silver medal of the Madonna. On the back, almost worn away, was a single, scratched word, Margherita. Giulia held the photograph of the medal that Matteo attached, her breath catching in her throat. It was a common enough votive object, but the connection was undeniable. She wrote back, her fingers flying across the keyboard, telling him about the spring, about the diary, about the love story that had been violently interrupted. She told him his grandmother's name was Lucia, and that his grandfather had died for his beliefs. She invited him to come, to see the land his blood was from. Months later, on a bright spring morning, a rental car pulled into the dusty piazza of Santa Margherita. Matteo was a tall, serious man in his 40s, with his grandfather's dark, thoughtful eyes. He stood for a long moment, just breathing the air, looking at the faded paint on the buildings and the hills beyond. Giulia and Luca approached him slowly, not wanting to break the spell. When he turned to them, his eyes were wet. He did not speak Italian, and they did not speak Spanish, but the silence they shared was a language of its own. They took him to the spring. He knelt and touched the water, then the leaves of the young lemon tree. He opened the small box he had brought with him and showed them the Madonna medal. It seemed to hum with a quiet energy in the familiar air. From his pocket, he then drew a small, worn photograph of his father as a young man, standing on a dock in Buenos Aires. The resemblance to the few existing pictures of the sparrowhawk was uncanny, a ghost given flesh. Later, at the community cooperative's office, they showed him the ledger and the diary. A local translator helped, but much was communicated through gestures and shared looks. When Matteo understood the full scope of the story, the love, the betrayal, the execution, the exile, he did not cry. He simply nodded, a slow, heavy gesture of a man finally understanding the weight he had been carrying his whole life without knowing its name. Before he left, Matteo asked to visit the place where his grandfather was believed to have been killed. There was no marker, just a particular arrangement of stones on a windy ridge that local lore had preserved. He placed a single, smooth stone from the Rio de la Plata on the ground. It was a different kind of monument, a quiet acknowledgement of a life cut short and a lineage that had survived against all odds. His visit changed the story yet again. It was no longer just about righting a historical wrong or cleansing a poisoned land. It was about the circular nature of things, the way a story could leave, travel the world, and return home transformed. The fight against Conti's legacy continued in the courtrooms and in the fields, but it was now underpinned by this deeper, more personal reconciliation. The valley was no longer just a place to be saved. It was a place that could heal. And as Giulia watched Matteo's car disappear down the road, she knew that the next chapter was already beginning, written in the quiet, determined work of mending the world, one broken thread at a time. Story 4. The dust in the corner of the bungalow office was a fine, golden powder, a Lowe's Angel's silt made from pulverized dreams and dead skin cells. It settled with a patience that felt geological, and in its soft embrace lay a single, white leather dancing pump. It was small, a woman's size, and it was curled on its side as if it had been kicked there in a moment of passion or haste. One delicate strap was broken, the frayed end a tiny explosion of white threads. Albert noticed it the moment he stepped inside, his eyes cataloging the room with the automatic, grim efficiency of his trade. The pump was an anomaly. Everything else in the room, the heavy oak desk, the green banker-esque lamp, the framed poster for a forgotten western spoke of a faded, masculine neglect. The shoe was a whisper of something else entirely, a fragment of a different story that had bled into this one. The air was thick with the smell of stale cigar smoke and the faint, sweetish odor of expensive bourbon that had long since evaporated from the crystal tumbler on the desk. Albert moved through the room without sound, a big man who had learned to make himself quiet. He was there for Bradison, a producer whose debt to Devon had passed from a financial inconvenience into a personal insult. The bungalow was empty, but the silence was not. It was a held breath. The French doors to the small, overgrown garden at the back were slightly ajar, and the scent of night blooming jasmine wove through the indoor smells, a cloying, funereal perfume. He found Bradison an hour later, not in the office, but floating face down in the kidney-shaped swimming pool of a rented mansion in the hills. The body was pale and bloated, a grotesque parody of the Hollywood good life, tangled in the underwater beam of a pool light that cast a wavering blue aura around him. The police would call it an accident, a drunken stumble. Albert knew better. Drowning was a messy, violent business. Bradison's hands were clean. There was no water weed clutched in his fingers, no desperate scratches on the tile coping. He had gone in without a fight, or he was already gone when he hit the water. Devon's voice on the payphone was a dry rustle, like a snake moving through dead leaves. The money Bradison owed had not been on his person. It was not in the bungalow office. Find it, the voice said, or find something of equal value. The line went dead. Albert stood in the buzzing silence of the phone booth, the neon sign of a diner across the street painting his face in intermittent washes of pink. He was not just a collector anymore. He was an archaeologist, sifting through the ruins of a life for a treasure that had likely never existed. His investigation became a slow, deliberate penetration into a world he had only ever seen flickering on a silver screen. Hollywood was a city of facades, and behind each one was another, more desperate fiction. He met Ingrid in a bar off Sunset, a place that smelled of damp sawdust and broken promises. She was sitting alone in a booth, a half-finished glass of red wine casting a bloody shadow on the table. She was the woman from the poster in Bradison's office, the one from the forgotten Western. Up close, she was older, the fine lines around her eyes not hidden but somehow accentuated by the dim light, making her look like a beautifully preserved relic. She knew who he was, or at least what he represented. Her smile was a small, sharp tool. "You were looking for Bradison's phantom fortune," she said. Her voice was low, a cello note in a room full of tinny noise. He didn't have 2 cents to rub together. He was financing his picture with other people's nightmares. She became his guide through the labyrinth. They drove through the canyons at night, the city a vast, twinkling abyss below them. She spoke of the picture, a noir called Kiss the Asphalt, a title Albert found grimly amusing. It was a story about a man who falls in love with the woman who is supposed to kill him. Bradison had been funding it with money from Devon on one side and a rival syndicate, led by a man named Corrigan, on the other. It was a perfect, suicidal Hollywood gamble. He was playing two dragons against each other, hoping to emerge with a masterpiece from the crossfire. He thought he was so clever, Ingrid said, the wind from the open car window whipping her hair across her face. But you can outsmart a monster. You can only divert its attention to another meal. The set of Kiss the Asphalt was a soundstage the size of a cathedral, a world of false fronts and painted skies. It was here that Albert felt the most profound dislocation. The violence was choreographed, the blood was corn syrup and dye, the desperation was a performance. He watched a scene where his own likeness, a gangster character, was gunned down with theatrical flair by an actor who spent his breaks studying his own reflection in a monitor. The actor's vanity was a brittle shell, and Albert saw the fear in his eyes when he looked at him, the real thing. He understood then that this world was no less cynical than his own. It was just more articulate about its lies. He used a mixture of wit and low-grade intimidation, a language they all understood. He leaned against the doorframe of the director's trailer, not saying a word, until the man, a nervous bird of a person, confessed that Bradison had been selling distribution rights he didn't own to parties in Europe. He cornered the screenwriter, a jittery man with ink-stained fingers, and learned that the script had a missing final act, one that Bradison had rewritten himself, boasting it contained the real twist. The pressure tightened. Corrigan's men, a pair of blunt instruments in cheap suits, found Albert outside his motel. They were less subtle than Devon, their threats physical and immediate. A short, brutal exchange in the parking lot, the smell of his own blood metallic in his nose, the feel of a cracked rib against his side with every breath. He left them both on the asphalt, one unconscious, the other wheezing through a collapsed windpipe. He took the gun from the bigger one and tossed it into the murky motel pool. It sank without a trace. The pieces began to coalesce around the white pump. Ingrid, in a moment of unguarded confession, mentioned she had been at Bradison's bungalow the night he died. They had argued. She had taken off a shoe, threatening to throw it at him, a ridiculous cinematic gesture. She had left in a fury, forgetting it. But the strap was broken. He had seen it. The argument didn't break a leather strap. That took a struggle. He confronted her in her hillside home, a glass box suspended over the city. The air was cool and smelled of lemons and fear. She stood by the vast window, the sprawling grid of Lowe's angels laid out behind her like a circuit board of human folly. He didn't fall, did he? Albert said, his voice calm. The gun he had taken from Corrigan's man was a heavy weight in his pocket. She didn't turn. He was going to give the film to Corrigan, all of it. He was going to cut Devon out completely and use Corrigan's money to finish it. He thought Corrigan was more cinematic. It was the worst kind of insult, a creative decision. And you couldn't let that happen. Devon would have held me responsible. My name was on the line. My money, what little I had, was in it. She finally turned. Her face was a mask of perfect resignation. It wasn't a fight. He was at the pool, gloating, a drink in his hand. I just pushed him. It was so easy. He just tipped over. There wasn't even a splash. Albert understood she had used him. She had guided him not to the money, but to a conclusion that would clean up her mess and leave her free. She had known he would see the logic in it. Bradison had betrayed Devon's trust. His death was, in the brutal calculus of their world, justified. She was the real producer, orchestrating the final act. He could have killed her. It would have been the cleanest way. but he looked at her, standing there in her fortress of glass, and saw not a monster, but another professional. She had simply been working a different angle. He thought of the script, the missing final act, the man who falls in love with the woman who is supposed to kill him. He took the only thing of value he could find, the final reel of Kiss the Asphalt. He left her there, staring out at the city she had conquered. He met Devon in a warehouse down by the docks, a place that smelled of salt and rotting wood. He handed over the film canister. "This is what S left of Bradison," Albert said. "It's the only thing anyone will pay for now." Devon, a man of pure abstraction, accepted it. The debt was settled in this symbolic currency. There was no need for further bloodshed. It was, after all, a business. Albert left Lowe's Angels the next day, driving east as the sun rose behind him, turning the rearview mirror to a disk of fire. He had escaped with his life, but he felt stained, as if the technicolor lies of the place had seeped into his pores. He had come to collect a debt and had instead become a character in a story someone else was writing, his violence and his resolve just another plot point. Months later, in an anonymous city far from the coast, he saw a poster. Kiss the Asphalt had been finished, released to moderate acclaim. The lead actress, Ingrid, was receiving praise for her haunting, authentic performance. The tagline read, "A love story to die for." Albert stood in the rain, looking at her face, frozen in fabricated passion. He thought of the bungalow, the dust, the silence. He thought of the single, white leather dancing pump, curled in the corner like a sleeping creature, its broken strap a tiny, frayed confession. He never went inside the theater. The memory was enough, a ghost he carried with him, more real than the celluloid fantasy they were selling. He walked away, the rain soaking through the shoulders of his coat, a feeling of cold finality settling in his bones. The case was closed, the ledger balanced, but the numbers felt meaningless. He had been outmaneuvered by a better story. His own life resumed its gray rhythm. There were other debts, other cities, other men who thought they could cheat the inevitable. He did his work with the same quiet efficiency, but something had shifted. He found himself noticing the small, incongruous details, the things that didn't fit the narrative. A fresh flower on a loan shark's desk, a child's drawing taped to a bail bondsman's wall. He saw the white pump everywhere, in every forgotten corner of every desperate room. He was in a Chicago diner, the coffee thick as tar, when a man slid into the booth opposite him. He wasn't one of Devon's, nor was he Law. He had the worn, patient look of a private investigator, a breed Albert generally avoided. The man placed a photograph on the Formica table. It was a still from a film, grainy and blown up. A man lay dead on a mock-up of a city street, a pool of fake blood spreading from his chest. Standing over him, her face a mixture of terror and triumph, was Ingrid, but it was the background, blurred and out of focus, that the man tapped with a thick finger. There in the shadows of the soundstage set, barely more than a silhouette, was a figure. A big man watching. It was him. The investigator spoke in a low, confidential rumble. The director, a fellow named Lowell, he's got a conscience that's finally catching up to him. He says Bradison wasn't just rewriting the script, he was documenting everything. He had a habit of hiding film cans, not just the movie, home movies. He liked to watch people, to record their real moments. He called it his insurance. Albert felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. He remembered the weight of the final reel in his hands, the satisfying clunk of the canister as he gave it to Devon. He had never looked inside. The word is, the investigator continued, that Bradison had a hidden camera in his bungalow office, a little hobby of his. He liked to record his negotiations. He slid the photograph closer. "My client believes a certain item from that night is missing, a shoe, and they believe you have it, or you know where it is." Albert looked at the man, then down at the photograph. He saw now what he had missed before, what his mind had edited out in the moment. On a shelf, amidst the clutter of prop books and decanters, was a small, discreet lens. Bradison had been watching. He had recorded Ingrid's confession, her push, the silent splash. He had recorded Albert finding the shoe, his careful examination of the broken strap. The whole truth was on a reel of film somewhere, a ghost in the machine. The white pump wasn't a clue, it was bait, and he had taken it. He stood up, leaving the photograph and the investigator in the booth. He walked out into the Chicago wind, the memory of the Los Angeles dust now feeling like a premonition. The story wasn't over, it was just entering its third act, and he was still trapped inside it. Somewhere in a vault or a hidden shelf, a camera had captured his own reflection in the glass of Ingrid's house, his face a mask of grim understanding. He was no longer just a character. He was a witness, and the film was still running. The wind cut down the Chicago street like a knife, but Albert didn't feel the cold. He felt a different chill, an internal one that had nothing to do with the weather. The carefully constructed conclusion to the Bradison affair, the ledger he had mentally balanced and closed, was ripped open. The finality he had felt walking away from the theater in the rain was a lie. He had been living in the epilogue of a story that was still being written. He found a payphone, its glass smeared with grime, and dialed a number from memory. It was a service, a message dropped for Devin. The voice on the other end was impersonal, a machine in human form. Albert left a simple message. The asset from the Bradison matter is compromised. There is a secondary record. He hung up before a reply could be demanded. He was not reporting for instructions. He was issuing a warning. He had handed Devin a masterpiece, but he might have also handed him a snuff film. Devin S. abstraction would only extend so far. A recording of a murder with one of his own collectors as a silent witness was a tangible, dangerous thing. He walked for hours, his mind a reel of flickering images, the dust in the bungalow, the wavering blue light on Bradison S. pale back, Ingrid S. resigned confession at the window. He had pitied her then, seen her as a fellow professional. Now he saw the depth of her performance. She had known, she must have known about the camera. Her confession to him was just another scene, a way to frame the narrative, to make him a complicit participant. She had used his own sense of grim justice as a tool. He had been her best audience. His feet took him to the bus station. He bought a ticket to Los Angeles with cash. It was the last place he wanted to be, but it was the only place the answers could be. The investigator had been a private party hired by someone with a vested interest. Corrigan, perhaps, wanting leverage against Devin, or maybe a relative of Bradison S. seeking a different kind of closure. It didn't matter. The genie was out of the bottle. The return to Los Angeles felt like stepping back into a dream or a fever. The light was too bright, the air too soft. He went to ground in a different motel, a place near the airport where the roar of jets drowned out thought. His first move was to find the director, Lowell, the man with the guilty conscience. He tracked him to an editing bay in a nondescript building in Burbank. Lowell was alone, surrounded by the ghosts of old projects, the air smelling of celluloid and desperation. He looked up as Albert entered, and his face collapsed. He knew immediately who he was and why he was there. He was a monster, but he was a brilliant monster, Lowell whispered, his eyes darting to the door. He filmed everything. Parties, arguments, private moments. He said reality was better than any script. The bungalow, his house, Ingrid's place. He had cameras. The night he died, Albert said, his voice low and even. The bungalow, where is the film? Lowell shook his head, a frantic, bird-like motion. I don't have it. After he died, I looked. I was terrified of what was on there. It was gone. Ingrid must have taken it, or Corrigan's people, I don't know. Albert believed him. The fear was too real. He left the editor shaking in his chair. The trail led back to one person, Ingrid. Her glass house was dark when he arrived, a stark geometric shape against the bruised twilight sky. He didn't bother with the door. He found a loose pane near the latch of a sliding door and let himself in. The silence inside was absolute. The lemon scent was gone, replaced by the flat smell of a vacant building. She was gone. He moved through the empty rooms. Closets were bare, drawers hung open. She had fled, and she had done it quickly. On the floor of the walk-in closet, tucked into a corner as if it had been overlooked by the movers, was a single film canister. It was not the same as the one he had given to Devin. This one was smaller, unlabeled. He took it to a lab he knew, a place that did discreet work for studios and others who needed to see what was hidden in the light. He paid a premium for speed and silence. An hour later, the technician handed him a set of glossy black and white photographs, his face unreadable. Albert sat in his car under a broken street lamp and looked at the stills. They were from the bungalow. He saw Ingrid and Bradison arguing. He saw the push, a sudden violent shove that sent Bradison stumbling back through the French doors. The sequence was clear, damning, but it was the last few frames that held him. After Bradison fell, Ingrid didn't panic. She stood at the edge of the pool, watching. Then she turned and walked back into the bungalow. She didn't look at the camera. She walked right up to it. The final photograph was a close-up, her face filling the frame, her eyes looking directly into the lens. And she was smiling, a small, cold, knowing smile. She had known it was there all along. She had performed for it, and she had left this copy for him to find. A message, a reminder that she was always 3 steps ahead, the director of her own destiny. Albert started the car. The white pump was gone, but its echo remained. He had the truth now, a brittle piece of celluloid that was more dangerous than any gun. He didn't know where Ingrid was. He didn't know who else was looking for the film. All he knew was that he was holding the missing final act, and in this town, that was the only thing of any real value. He pulled out into the traffic, another ghost in the city of illusions, the weight of the story heavy in his pocket. He drove to the warehouse by the docks, the same place he had settled with Devon. It was empty now, just the smell of salt and decay. He needed a quiet place to think. The photographs were a nuclear option. Hand them to Devon, and Ingrid was a dead woman. Corrigan would pay a fortune for them. He could burn them and walk away, but the knowledge would follow him, a ticking clock in some other investigator's pocket. He realized with a dull thud of certainty that he was not holding the end of the story. He was holding the beginning of a new one, and he was now a central character, his fate tied to the fate of this strip of celluloid. Bradison's final, cruel joke was that his art and his life had become the same thing, a tangled mess of performance and consequence, and he had pulled Albert into the center of it. The sound of a car engine, low and careful, cut through the silence of the warehouse district. Headlights swept across the grimy windows, then died. A door opened and closed. Albert didn't move from his spot in the shadows. He slid the film canister into the inner pocket of his coat, the metal cool against his chest. The footsteps were light, deliberate. A figure appeared in the vast doorway, silhouetted against the lesser gloom outside. It was a woman, not Ingrid. She was younger, dressed in practical, dark clothing. She held her hands away from her body, showing they were empty. "I'm not here for a fight," she said. Her voice was calm, educated. "My name is Elise. I worked for Bradison. I was his archivist." Albert remained silent, letting the pressure of the quiet build. "He told me if anything happened to him, I was to find the man who asked the right questions. The man who wasn't police and wasn't one of the syndicate men. He said you'd be the one who saw the pattern." She took a tentative step forward. He knew he was in trouble. He was scared of Ingrid. He was scared of everyone, but he was also excited. He said it was the ultimate production. "Where is she?" Albert asked, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. "Gone. She had a passport ready, funds transferred to an account in Zurich. She's a ghost." Elise paused. "She took the master. The one you have is a copy, one of several." "Why come to me?" "Because you have a choice now," she said. "The film is a weapon. You can use it, or you can let it go. But you should know, Ingrid isn't the only one on it. Devon is on it. Corrigan is on it. Bradison liked to record all his meetings. He had a camera in the lamp on his desk. He had microphones in the flower arrangements." Albert closed his eyes for a second. He saw Devon's face, the abstract acceptance of the film canister. He had been handing over evidence of his own criminal dealings, a ledger of his threats and financial crimes, all wrapped up in a murder. Devon didn't know, but he would soon. "You're telling me I'm holding a bomb," Albert said. "I'm telling you that you're holding the only copy that isn't controlled by a monster. Ingrid has hers. I suspect Corrigan will get his soon. Devon will eventually look at what he has. It will be a war, and you are standing in the middle of the battlefield with a match." She turned to leave. "Why give me this choice?" he asked. She stopped, half-turned back toward him. Because Bradison was a monster, but he was right about one thing. Reality is better than any script. I'm curious to see what you do next. It's the one ending he didn't write. Then she was gone, her footsteps fading into the night. Albert stood alone in the dark. The canister felt heavier than ever. He could run, but the war would find him. He could fight, but he would be fighting ghosts with a weapon that would destroy him too. He could try to broker a peace, but that would require a level of trust that did not exist in his world. He walked out of the warehouse and stood looking at the oily water of the harbor. He thought of the white pump, a tiny, personal detail in a vast, impersonal machine. He reached into his coat and pulled out the canister. He held it in his hand, feeling its weight, its potential for chaos. Then with a slow, deliberate motion, he drew his arm back and threw it as far as he could into the dark water. It hit with a soft plop and vanished, just like the gun in the motel pool. He didn't know if it was the right choice. He didn't know if it was a choice at all, or just another move in a game he was forced to play. But it was his move. He got into his car and drove, not east this time, but north, along the coast, leaving the city of lies behind. The story was over. This time he would make sure of it. The final reel was gone, and with it the proof. All that was left was the memory, a ghost that only he could see. And that was a burden he knew how to carry. The road north was a gray ribbon between the sea and the cliffs. He drove for hours, the rhythm of the wheels a dull mantra against the noise in his head. He had thrown away the proof, but the knowledge was a stain that would not fade. He knew about Devon-esque dealings, Corrigan-esque complicity, Ingrid-esque cold-blooded escape. He was a repository of secrets that powerful people would kill to protect or to silence. He stopped in a small town where the redwoods met the ocean, renting a cabin that smelled of damp wood and old fires. For a week, he did nothing. He walked on the beach, the cold Pacific foam washing over his shoes, and he waited. He was not waiting for peace. He was waiting for the consequences of his choice to find him. They arrived on a Tuesday in the form of a black sedan that pulled into the gravel drive just after dusk. Albert watched from the window, his hand resting on the cool metal of the gun tucked into his waistband. He expected Devon-esque men, or Corrigan-esque. He did not expect the man who stepped out, alone, his expensive overcoat looking out of place against the rustic setting. It was the private investigator from the Chicago diner. The man stood by his car, making no move to approach, his hands visible. After a long moment, Albert opened the cabin door and stepped onto the porch. The air was cold and heavy with the scent of salt and pine. "How did you find me?" Albert asked. "You ray a creature of habit, even when you ray running," the investigator said. "You always go to ground in places like this. Quiet, anonymous." He glanced toward the ocean. "My client is satisfied." "Who is your client?" "That doesn't matter. The point is, the matter is concluded. The various parties have reached an understanding." "An understanding," Albert repeated, the words tasting like ash. "The film you disposed of was the last loose thread. Its absence creates a certain stability. My client appreciates your discretion. It seems you understood the assignment better than anyone." Albert realized then that the investigator had never been looking for the shoe or even for the film. He had been a messenger sent to gauge Albert's position, to see if he was a liability or an asset. By throwing the film away, Albert had passed the test. He had chosen the stability of the underworld over the chaos of the truth. He had in the end done his job. "Ingrid?" Albert asked. "Her performance was acclaimed. She will not be troubled. She is an artist, after all, and artists are afforded certain protections." The man got back into his sedan and drove away, the gravel crunching under the tires. Albert stood on the porch until the sound of the engine faded, replaced by the steady crash of the waves. He had not outmaneuvered the story. He had simply played his part to its logical, quiet conclusion. He was the fixer not just of debts, but of narratives. He ensured the story that was told was the one that served the people in power. He had balanced the ledger after all. He went back inside the cabin. The ghost was still with him, the memory of the white pump and the knowing smile on Ingrid S.'s face. But it was a private ghost now. The public story was the one on the poster, the love story to die for. He poured a drink and sat in the dark, listening to the ocean. He understood now that he would never be free of Lowe's angels. It was not a place you left. It was a state of mind, a way of seeing the world through a lens of beautiful, necessary lies. And he was and always would be one of its most reliable editors. The next morning, he packed his single bag and left the cabin. He drove south back toward the city. There was no other direction for him to go. The phone in his airport motel room rang 2 days later. It was Devon S. Service. The voice was the same, impersonal and flat. There was a new matter, a simple retrieval, a briefcase left in a locker at Union Station. No questions, no complications. The old kind of job. Albert took the assignment. He went to the station, a cavernous echo of journeys not taken, and retrieved the briefcase. It was heavy, solid. He didn't open it. He delivered it to a man in a gray suit outside a downtown office building. The man nodded, took the case, and walked away without a word. The transaction was complete. Later, sitting in a quiet bar where the light was always low, he allowed himself to think of the film canister sinking into the dark harbor. He had not destroyed the truth. He had merely buried it, the same way he buried every other inconvenient fact. He was a living archive of secrets, and his silence was the price of his continued existence. The Bradison affair was closed, but another would take its place. There was always another story that needed fixing, another narrative that required his particular touch. He finished his drink and signaled for another. The city outside was a web of light and shadow, and he was a part of its fundamental architecture, a quiet man in a dark suit, moving through the spaces between the stories. The whiskey was cheap, but it burned in a way that felt appropriate. It was a cleansing fire for a soul that could never be clean. He paid his tab and stepped out into the neon-drenched night. The city hummed around him, a machine powered by ambition and fear. He felt a strange sense of homecoming. This was his ecosystem. A week passed. The rhythm of small, unambiguous jobs was a kind of therapy. A debt collected here, a misplaced item retrieved there. He was a ghost again, efficient and unseen. He allowed himself to believe the Bradison matter was truly behind him, a scar tissue forming over the memory. Then a parcel arrived at his Flophouse hotel, left with the disinterested clerk at the front desk. It was a small, flat box wrapped in plain brown paper. There was no return address. His name was typed on a simple label. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, was a single glossy photograph. It was a still, black and white, grainy from enlargement. It showed the edge of the bungalow-esque terrace, the shattered glass of the French doors glittering on the tiles. And there, just visible in the corner of the frame, was a blurry, out-of-focus shape on the ground. A shoe, a white pump. There was no note, none was needed. The message was as clear as it was chilling. Someone knew. Someone knew about the shoe, the one piece of the puzzle he had kept for himself, the one detail he had never reported, had never spoken of to anyone. He had thrown the film into the sea, but the ghost had not drowned. It had simply learned to swim. He stared at the photograph until the image burned itself onto his retina. This was not a threat from Devon or Corrigan. This was something else, something more intimate. It was a reminder that he was not the only archivist, that his private ghost was not so private after all. He carefully set the photograph alight with his lighter, holding it until the flames licked at his fingers, then dropped the ashes into the metal waste basket. He looked out the window at the sprawling, indifferent city. The war was not over. It had just shifted to a new, more personal front. He had no weapon, no film, no leverage. All he had was the knowledge that he was still a player in a game whose rules he did not fully understand, and his opponent, whoever they were, had just made the first move. He reached for his coat. It was time to go to work. The Flophouse room felt smaller now, the walls pressing in. The lingering smell of smoke from the burned photograph was a funeral pyre for his brief illusion of peace. They knew about the shoe. That changed everything. It meant his every move since the motel pool had been watched, his private moments catalogued. It meant Elise had not been entirely truthful, or perhaps she was just another piece on a board he couldn't see. He left the hotel, the night air doing little to clear the chill that had settled in his bones. He walked without a clear destination, his mind sifting through the rubble. The white pump was his ghost, his personal connection to a crime that was no longer his business. For someone else to know about it meant they had a source he couldn't account for. Bradison's archivist, a hidden camera he demissed. Or something simpler, more brutal. Someone had been in the motel room after he fished the gun out. Someone who had seen the shoe before he hidden it away. His feet carried him to the public library, a fortress of silence and forgotten things. He needed a quiet place to think, away from the eyes he now felt on every street corner. He found a carrel in a remote corner of the periodicals section, the air thick with the smell of old paper. He needed to reconstruct the chain to find the break. He started with the night of Bradison's death. He had been called. He had arrived. The scene was staged, but the shoe was wrong. He took the gun. He took the shoe. He left. Lowell, the editor, knew about the cameras, but not the film. Ingrid had the film, and she had known about the camera all along. She performed for it. She fled. Elise appeared, claiming to be the archivist, telling him about the other copies, guiding his hand toward the harbor. Then the investigator from Chicago, confirming his choice. A neat closed circle. But the shoe didn't fit. The shoe was his secret. The only other person who should have known about the shoe was the one who put it on her foot that night, Ingrid. A cold clarity washed over him. Ingrid hadn't just known about the camera. She had orchestrated the entire performance from the push to the smile. But the shoe was an improvisation, a mistake. She had lost it in a struggle, a detail she couldn't control. She wouldn't have sent the photograph. She was in Zurich, a ghost. She had won. But what if she hadn't? What if her escape was just another scene? What if she was still here, tidying up the last loose threads? A man who knew about the shoe was a man who had seen a crack in her performance. A man who could, one day, become a problem. He left the library as the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the steps. He had no address, no name to follow. All he had was a theory. He went back to the beginning, to the glass house. It was still dark, still empty. But this time he didn't look for loose panes. He watched from across the street, leaning against a lamppost, becoming part of the city's furniture. He waited for 3 hours. Just as he was about to leave, a light flickered deep within the house. A single, faint glow from the back, from the bedroom area that lasted only a few seconds before being extinguished. It could have been a reflection, a trick of the light, but Albert didn't believe in tricks anymore. He circled the block, approaching from the rear alley. The high fence was no obstacle. He dropped into the backyard, the dead grass crunching under his feet. The sliding door was still loose. He slipped inside, moving through the profound darkness by memory. The air was different. The flat smell of vacancy was gone, replaced by a faint, familiar scent, lemon verbena. He stood perfectly still in the living room, listening. He heard the soft, almost imperceptible sound of breathing from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. He didn't draw his gun, he simply spoke into the darkness. "The performance is over, Ingrid." There was a soft laugh, and then a lamp clicked on. She was sitting in a sleek armchair in the corner of the master bedroom, dressed in black, a small suitcase at her feet. She looked tired, but her eyes were as sharp and knowing as they were in the photograph. "I knew you'd be the one to figure it out," she said. "The good detective. You couldn't let the little thing go, could you? The one detail that didn't fit the frame." "The shoe," he said. "The shoe," she confirmed. "I thought I'd lost it in the car. I didn't realize it was there on the terrace until I saw the rushes. My one mistake. I couldn't have that, not in my masterpiece." "So you stayed, you climbed up, you sent Elise, you sent the investigator." "I guided the narrative," she corrected him. "I needed you to find the film. I needed you to feel the weight of it, and I needed you to make the choice to throw it away. It was the only ending that gave me true freedom. with you as my witness, my accomplice. And the photograph, a final taunt. A final edit, she said, to make sure you understood your role. You're not the hero of this story, Albert. You're the audience, and the audience should always be left with a lasting image. She stood, picking up her suitcase. My flight leaves in 2 hours. I suggest you let me go. If I'm arrested, if I talk, the first thing I'll show them is the evidence of you disposing of evidence. You're in the story now, whether you like it or not. We're collaborators. He didn't move, he simply watched her as she walked past him, the scent of lemon verbena trailing in her wake. He heard the sliding door open and close. He stood in the silence of the house for a long time. She was right. He had edited the final reel, but she had written the script. He had become a part of the beautiful, terrible lie. He walked out of the house and into the night, the ghost of her perfume clinging to him, a permanent part of his own story now. He walked for miles, the city's lights blurring into a meaningless smear. The ghost of her perfume was a shackle. She had turned him into a character in her narrative, a supporting role in her escape. He had prided himself on being the man in the shadows, the one who fixed things so the show could go on. Now he saw the truth. He was part of the show. He found himself outside Devon's club. It was late, but the place was still throbbing with life. He didn't go to the front door. He went down the alley to the service entrance, the one he'd used a dozen times before. The man at the door recognized him, and after a moment's hesitation, let him in. Devon was in his back office, counting the night's take. He didn't look up as Albert entered. "Heard you retired to the coast," he said, stacking bills into a neat pile. "It didn't take," Albert said. "Nothing ever does." Devon finally looked at him, his eyes hard and assessing. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I have. Her name is Ingrid." Devon's hands stilled for a fraction of a second. "That's a name I haven't heard, and don't want to hear." "She has gone for good this time, but she left a mess." Albert leaned on the desk. She knew about the shoe, Devon, the one from the terrace. The room went very quiet. Devon carefully placed a paperweight on top of the cash. "I don't know what you're talking about." "I think you do. I think you knew about the camera. I think you knew Bradison was filming everything. You just didn't know she was the star." Albert watched the older man's face, seeing the cracks in the stone facade. "She played us all, but she needed my help to bury the last piece, and you let it happen." Devon stood up, turning his back to Albert to look at a framed poster on the wall. It was for one of Bradison's early films. "We all do what we have to do to survive," he said, his voice low. "You buried the film, I buried the knowledge. Corrigan buried the investigation. We all got what we wanted, stability." "Is that what this is?" Albert asked. He felt a profound weariness. Devon was right. They were all collaborators, bound together by the lies they had chosen to uphold. "It's what it has to be," Devon said, turning around. He gestured to the door. "There's a job, a simple one. A courier from Phoenix has something for me. Pick it up. It's the old kind of job." Albert looked at him, at the tired, ruthless man in his gilded cage. He nodded slowly. There was no other path, not for him. He had tried to leave the story, but the story was the only thing he had left. He turned and walked out of the office, back into the hum of the club. The courier from Phoenix would be waiting at a diner off the highway. It was a simple job, the old kind. He got into his car and started the engine, heading for the on-ramp that would take him out of the city and into the anonymous night. He was going to work. The diner was a lonely island of light in the dark sea of the desert. The courier was a lean, nervous man in a windbreaker, sitting in a vinyl booth with a cup of coffee he wasn't drinking. The exchange was wordless, a sealed manila envelope for a thick, unmarked one. The courier left first, his car disappearing down the black ribbon of highway. Albert sat for a while, the envelope on the table beside his own untouched coffee. He looked at his reflection in the dark window, superimposed over the empty booths and the tired waitress wiping down the counter. He saw the face of a man who followed instructions, who balanced ledgers, who ensured the narrative remained undisturbed. It was a face he recognized, but it no longer felt like his own. He picked up the envelope. It was heavier than it should have been. Not the weight of paper, but of something denser, more substantive. He didn't open it. He already knew. He could feel its shape through the paper, a small, hard rectangle. He drove back to the city not as a man returning home, but as a man being delivered. He parked a block from Devon's club and sat, the engine cooling, the envelope on the passenger seat. He knew what was inside, a final test, a final edit. The last loose thread was not the film or the shoe, it was him. He got out of the car, leaving the envelope behind. He didn't walk toward the club. He turned and walked in the opposite direction, toward the gray light of dawn bleeding over the city's skyline. He had no plan, no destination. He had only the certainty that he would not make the delivery. He would not play his part in this final scene. He was a man stepping out of the frame into the unscripted world. He didn't know what awaited him there, only that it would be his own. The city watched him go, one anonymous figure among millions, its beautiful, necessary lies continuing without him. The first few hours were a blur of motion without purpose. He walked until his feet ached, through neighborhoods that grew progressively less familiar. The rising sun did little to warm him. He was a ghost again, but this time by his own choice, untethered from the machine that had given him purpose. He found a bus station and bought a ticket to nowhere in particular, just the next town down the coast. The act felt both insignificant and monumental. As the bus rattled along the highway, the ocean a constant gray presence to his left, he thought of the envelope. He imagined Devon's anger, the subtle shift in the city's power structure as his defiance was noted. It was a small rebellion, but it was his. The object in the envelope, the film canister he was sure it contained, was not a tool for his destruction. It was an offering, a way back into the fold. He had rejected it. The bus let him off in a small town built around a pier. The air smelled of salt and fried food. He rented a room in a boarding house with faded floral wallpaper and a window that looked out onto a quiet street. It was a different kind of silence than the cabin. This one was not empty. It was full of the ordinary sounds of life, a dog barking, a child laughing, the distant hum of a lawnmower. For 2 days he did nothing. He sat in his room. He walked on the beach. He ate at a diner where the waitress called him honey. He waited for the world to find him, for the consequences to arrive, but nothing happened. The world, it seemed, was indifferent to his resignation. On the 3rd day, he was sitting on a bench on the pier, watching the fishermen, when a woman sat down beside him. She was older, with a kind, weathered face and sharp eyes. She didn't look at him, just stared out at the water. "It's a good place to disappear," she said, her voice calm and conversational. Albert said nothing. His guard, a reflex he thought he'd shed, snapped back into place. "Don't worry," she said, finally turning to him. "I'm not one of them. I'm a different kind of ghost." She smiled faintly. "I knew your father a long time ago." The statement was so unexpected, so utterly disconnected from the world he had just left, that he could only stare. "My name is Clara," she said. "Your father, Arthur, he did a job for me once. He was a good man, an honest man in a dishonest business. He told me once he had a son he hoped would never follow him. I guess hope only goes so far." Albert found his voice, though it was rough with disuse. "How did you find me?" "I have a house here. I saw you get off the bus. You have his walk, that same look, like you're carrying the weight of every secret you've ever been told." She stood up, brushing sand from her trousers. "I have a proposition for you, a different kind of job, no narratives, no lies, just the truth for once. Come by if you're interested." She handed him a slip of paper with an address written in a neat, looping script, then walked away, leaving him alone with the gulls and the crashing waves and the echo of a past he never knew. He looked at the address. It was a street a few blocks from the boarding house. He looked back at the ocean, the vast gray expanse that had once been a barrier and was now just a view. He folded the paper and put it in his pocket. He didn't know what the proposition was. He didn't know if he could trust her. But for the first time in a very long time, the next step felt like his own to take. He walked back to the boarding house, the slip of paper a burning coal in his pocket. Clara's words had rearranged the universe. His father, Arthur, was a quiet, reserved man who had sold insurance. He had died of a heart attack when Albert was 19. The idea of him being involved in any business other than actuarial tables was ludicrous. And yet the woman's certainty was absolute. It was a new mystery, one that belonged entirely to him, not to Devon or Corrigan or the ghost of Ingrid. He did not go to the address that day or the next. He needed to be sure this was not another layer of the game, an elaborate trap set by a patient opponent. He spent the time learning the rhythms of the town, watching Clara's small, blue-painted house from a distance. He saw her tend her garden, bring in groceries, and wave to neighbors. She lived a visible life, one that seemed woven into the fabric of the place. On the third day, he decided. He walked to her door in the late afternoon and knocked. She answered, wiping her hands on a flour-dusted apron. She didn't seem surprised. "I was starting to think you weren't coming," she said, stepping aside to let him in. The house was cozy, filled with books and the smell of baking bread. It was the antithesis of every room he had been in for the past year. "You mentioned my father," Albert said, standing awkwardly in the living room. "I did," Clara said, gesturing for him to sit. He was what people like us call a fixer, though he hated the term. He believed in balance. If a powerful man was going to do something terrible, Arthur would find a way to introduce a consequence. He didn't stop the bad from happening, but he made sure it never happened for free. Albert felt the ground shift beneath him. The quiet, insurance-selling father was a cover. The man he had known was a fiction. He never said a word. He was protecting you. He wanted you out. It seems he failed. She looked at him, her gaze gentle but penetrating. You have his eyes and you have his problem. You can't unsee the things you've seen. You can't unknow the rot that holds the world together, so you try to manage it. You become a part of it, telling yourself you're controlling the damage. "What's the proposition?" Albert asked, his voice tight. "Simple," she said. "There's a man, a judge. He's about to dismiss a case against a corporation that poisoned the water in a small town. The evidence is buried, the witnesses are paid off. The official narrative is clean. My group has the real evidence, but we can't get it to the right people. The channels are blocked. We need someone who knows how to move in the dark, to place it where it cannot be ignored. No violence, just delivery." "Why me? You don't know me." "Because you're Arthur's son, and because you're here, you've walked away from one machine. Perhaps you'd like to try using the skills it gave you for something other than maintenance." She placed a key on the coffee table. "A storage locker in the city. The number is on the key. The contents are the truth. The choice is yours." He picked up the key. It was cold and heavy in his hand. It wasn't an envelope full of cash or a film canister. It was a different kind of weight. He looked at Clara, at her calm, resolute face, and he understood that this was not an escape. It was a different front in the same endless war, but this time he would be choosing his own side. He closed his fingers around the key. Story 5. The first thing I noticed was the silence of the clock. It was a grand, mahogany long-case thing that stood sentinel in the corner of the library, a relic from Daryl's grandfather that had ticked and talked with a ponderous, metallic finality for as long as I had been visiting Blackwater House. Tonight, its brass pendulum was still. The absence of that sound was a hole in the fabric of the room, a void that seemed to swallow the soft crackle of the fire and the distant murmur of the other guests. It was a small thing, a trivial malfunction, but in that heavy, book-lined silence it felt like a portent. I mentioned it to Edison, of course. He was standing by the French windows, a silhouette against the bruised twilight, a glass of Daryl's excellent bourbon held loosely in his hand. He didn't turn, but I saw the tilt of his head, a subtle shift in his posture that signaled his attention had been hooked. "A clock stops," he murmured, his voice a low, pleasant rumble. "And the world holds its breath. Interesting." The world in this case was Daryl's annual autumn gathering, a collection of old money, older resentments, and the various friends and hangers-on who orbited the gravitational pull of the Daryl fortune. The house itself was a character in the scene, a sprawling country villa of weathered stone and creeping ivy, smelling of beeswax, old paper, and the damp, loamy scent of the woods that pressed in on all sides. I was here as Edison's companion, his chronicler, the quiet eye in the storm of his intellect. He delighted in these people, not for their company, but for their intricate, often ugly machinery. He treated social gatherings as a series of elegant equations waiting to be solved. The disruption came with the rain. It began as a soft patter against the window panes and grew into a relentless, drumming downpour, and with the rain came the brother. Canon Darrell was a ghost story we had all heard but few of us had ever seen. He was 10 years Darrell S. Jr., the family's volatile, disgraced scion who had spent the last decade drifting through Europe on a dwindling allowance. He arrived without announcement, shaking water from his coat like a dog in the grand foyer, his presence causing a ripple of unease that was almost tactile. He was handsome in a ravaged way, with Darrell's same strong jawline, but with eyes that held a reckless, mocking light. The family resemblance was a sharp, uncomfortable echo. Dinner was a strained affair. The conversation was a fragile vessel navigating treacherous waters. Canon held court, his stories too loud, his laughter too sharp. He needled his brother about the state of the estate, the conservatism of his investments, the dullness of his guests. He spoke of secrets held in Swiss vaults and debts owed in shadowy corners of Monte Carlo. Darrell, ever the patrician, maintained a steely composure, but the knuckles of his hand, clenched around his wine glass, were white. The other guests, the vapid socialite Lillian, the nervous academic Dr. Albright, the bluff family lawyer, Mr. Croft watched the exchange with the rapt, slightly horrified attention of spectators at a slow-motion collision. It was Edison who seemed most fascinated. He asked Canon quiet, probing questions about his travels, his tone devoid of judgment, filled only with a pure, insatiable curiosity. He was studying him, memorizing the cadence of his lies and the flicker of truth beneath them. The storm reached its peak an hour after dinner. The lights flickered, plunging the drawing room into momentary darkness before the emergency generators kicked in, casting a lower, more sinister glow. It was in that chaotic half-light that Canon, sneering at his brother's caution, announced his intention to retire to the study to smoke one of Darrell's forbidden cigars. "I'll enjoy it more knowing it irritates you," he said, a final, petty jab. He slammed the study door behind him. We all heard the distinct, heavy click of the lock. Perhaps 20 minutes later, a sound cut through the house that was not the storm. It was a short, choked cry, swallowed almost instantly by the howling wind. It came from the study. Darrell was the first to the door, his composure finally cracked. He rattled the handle. Canon, are you all right?" Silence. He pounded on the solid oak, nothing but the storm's reply. Edison, who had been observing the scene with a detached calm, stepped forward. "The key," he said, his voice cutting through the panic. "Is there another key?" The housekeeper, a frail woman named Mrs. Higgins, was summoned. Her hands trembled as she produced a heavy, iron key from a ring at her waist. It turned in the lock with a smooth, well-oiled click. The door swung inward. Canon Darrell was sprawled in the high-backed leather chair behind the desk. His head was thrown back, his eyes wide with surprise. The handle of an ornate pearl-inlaid letter opener, a piece I had seen on Darrell's desk earlier that evening, protruded from the base of his throat. The rich red of the leather was made richer by the dark, spreading stain that soaked his shirt. The room was a perfect, sealed box. The windows were latched shut from the inside. The only door had been locked from the inside, and the key to that door had been in the housekeeper's possession the entire time. The only thing out of place, aside from the dead man, was the stopped clock on the mantelpiece, its hands frozen at the exact moment we had heard the cry. The local police, when they finally navigated the flooded roads, were led by a weary, competent man named Inspector Moss. He took statements, examined the room, and came to the only logical and utterly illogical conclusion. It was an impossible murder. A suicide was briefly entertained, but the angle of the wound, the lack of any other possible weapon, the locked door, it all pointed to a killer who had vanished into thin air. It was then that Edison approached Darrell and the inspector. The fire was back in his eyes, the focused, predatory calm that I knew so well. "With your permission," he said, "my friend and I have something of a hobby. We find locked rooms stimulating." Inspector Moss was skeptical, but Darrell, pale and shaken, agreed. Perhaps he saw in Edison a mind that operated on a different plane than the plodding procedures of the police. And so, our game began. The investigation unfolded not with the blunt force of an interrogation, but with the subtle pressure of a sculptor shaping clay. Edison moved through the house like a ghost, his senses attuned to the slightest dissonance. He ran a finger along the dust-free top of the stopped mantel clock. He stood for a long time in the center of the study, his eyes closed, breathing in the scents of old leather, Cuban tobacco, and the faint, coppery tang of blood. He noted the precise arrangement of the furniture, the pattern of the rain on the windows, the type of lock on the door, a sturdy, old-fashioned deadbolt. He spoke to the servants. The young maid, her eyes red-rimmed, recalled hearing the lock click shut just after Cannon entered. The groundskeeper confirmed that no one could have entered or left through the windows without leaving traces in the sodden flower beds below, which were pristine. Mrs. Higgins swore the key had not left her possession. He spoke to the guests. Lillian, wrapped in a silk shawl, spoke of Cannon-esque vulgarity, her disgust evident. Dr. Albright, stuttering slightly, theorized about psychological pressures and the tendency towards self-destruction in the male line of the Darrell family. Mr. Croft, the lawyer, was circumspect, speaking only of the unfortunate timing and the complications it would cause for the estate. Edison listened to it all, his expression unreadable. He saved his most intense scrutiny for Darrell himself. They walked the grounds in the lashing rain, two dark figures against the gray-green landscape. I watched from the window, unable to hear their words, but seeing the set of Darrell's shoulders, the occasional, sharp gesture of his hand. Later in the library, the stopped clock still casting its silent judgment, Edison laid out the pieces for me. The fire had burned low, and the room was filled with shifting shadows. "The lock is the simplest part," he said, his voice barely a whisper. A piece of string, a sliver of ice, a duplicate key later retrieved from the room by a Confederate before the body was discovered. The methods are finite. It is the why that is infinite, and in this why we find the true horror. He spoke of the family rivalries, not as simple squabbles over money, but as a deep psychic wound. Cannon was not just the prodigal brother. He was the living embodiment of Darrell's own repressed desires, his own potential for ruin. He was the part of himself that Darrell had spent a lifetime building this house, this life, to keep locked away. The murder weapon was not the letter opener, Edison murmured, his eyes reflecting the dying flames. The murder weapon was this house, its silence, its secrets, its stopped clocks. The killer used the very atmosphere as a tool. He had no proof, only a terrifying certainty. He believed Darrell had killed his brother. He believed the locked room was a psychological feint, a magician-esque distraction built on the foundation of their shared history. He believed Darrell had lured Cannon into the study, murdered him in a burst of long-suppressed rage, and then in the moment of darkness when the lights flickered, engineered the lock from the outside, using a method so simple it was hiding in plain sight. A method involving a second key, a length of wire, and the predictable panic of a house full of suspects. The climax came not with a dramatic accusation, but with a quiet conversation in the study, the bloodstain on the floor a dark, accusing eye. Edison stood before Darrell not as a detective to a suspect, but as one man of intellect to another. He did not present evidence. He presented a story of two brothers, of a lifetime of resentment, of a final, unforgivable provocation. He spoke of the stopped clock not as a clue, but as a symbol. Darrell, the master of the house, who controlled every ticking second of his domain, had stopped time itself to commit the perfect crime. Darrell listened, his face a mask of granite. He did not confirm or deny. He simply looked at Edison and then at the stain on his floor, and a strange, cold peace seemed to settle over him. The police left the next day, the case officially unsolved. There was not enough evidence to charge anyone. We left Blackwater House under a pale, washed-out sky. The rain had stopped, but the damp had seeped into everything, into the stones of the house, into the bones of the people who lived there. Weeks later, a package arrived for Edison. It was from Daryl. There was no note. Inside, nestled in velvet, was the pearl-inlaid letter opener, meticulously cleaned and polished, gleaming like a bone in the sunlight. It was a confession and a challenge, a trophy and a warning. It was an artifact from a locked room that would never truly be unlocked. And that was the end of it, officially. But sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, I think of Daryl alone in that great, silent house. I think of the clock in the library. And I remember what Edison told me as we drove away, his face turned to the passing trees, his voice soft and certain. He didn't send it to boast, he said. He sent it because he is lonely. He is the only other person who knows the truth. And a secret shared, even with an enemy, is a burden halved. The game is over, but the players are still on the board, and the board is everywhere. He never spoke of the case again, but I have the letter opener. I keep it in a drawer, and sometimes, on quiet afternoons when the light is low, I take it out and look at it. I feel the cool, smooth weight of the pearl, the sharp, dormant potential of the steel. I think of the silence of a stopped clock and the terrible, echoing space where a sound should be. And I understand that some doors, once locked, are meant to stay that way. The truth inside is not a thing to be discovered, but a presence to be lived with, a ghost in the machine of a perfectly ordered life. The mystery was not who killed Canon Daryl. The mystery is what happens to a man after he has gotten away with it, and is left with nothing but the quiet, the emptiness, and the relentless ticking silence of his own freedom. The drawer where I keep the letter opener is in my own desk, a simple, modern piece of furniture that holds no family secrets. Or so I tell my. Its presence there is a quiet corruption, a splinter of Blackwater House driven deep into the heart of my orderly life. I am no longer just the chronicler, the observer. I have become a keeper of the artifact, a silent accomplice after the fact. Edison, true to his word, never mentioned it again. He moved on to other puzzles, other locked rooms of the human variety, his intellect a bright, restless flame that required constant fuel. But I noticed a new, faintly melancholic quality in him afterwards, as if the Daryl case had shown him a corner of the human soul so dark that even his brilliant light could not fully illuminate it. He had solved it, not for the police, not for justice, but for the sheer, cold pleasure of the solution. And in doing so, he had touched something cold himself. My own thoughts kept returning to Daryl. I found myself scanning the society pages, looking for his name. He was photographed at galas, at charity events, his face the same mask of patrician calm. But I, who had seen the granite crack, could now perceive the fissures, the tightness around his eyes, the slight, almost imperceptible stiffness in his smile. He was playing a part, the part of the grieving brother, and he was playing it flawlessly, but he was playing it alone. Then, nearly a year to the day after we left Blackwater House, a second package arrived. This one was addressed to me. The handwriting was the same elegant script. My hands were steady as I cut the string, but a cold dread had settled in my stomach. Inside there was no note, no weapon. Instead, nestled in tissue paper, was a clock key. It was heavy, made of tarnished brass, and uniquely shaped. I knew without a doubt it was the key for the grandfather clock in the library. The message was as clear as it was terrifying. The silence was over. He was starting the clock again. But for whom? For me? For himself? Was it an invitation or a threat? I did not tell Edison. For the first time I kept a secret from him. This was no longer his game. This was between Daryl and me, a silent dialogue begun with a murder and continued with a series of artifacts passed hand to hand like terrible relics. I held the key in my palm, feeling its cold, metallic weight. It was not a confession. It was a question. What do you do with the key to a locked room that exists only in memory? Do you use it to lock the door tighter or to finally, after all this time, open it? I have no answer. I place the key in the drawer beside the letter opener. They lie there together now, the instrument of death and the instrument of time, one sharp and dormant, the other cold and heavy with potential. And I wait for the silence to break again. I wait for the next move in a game I never asked to play, on a board that is, as Edison said, everywhere. The mystery was never about the how. It was always about the after, and the after, it seems, has only just begun. The waiting became its own kind of prison. Every knock at the door, every delivery, every piece of mail was a potential message from that silent world. I found myself jumping at shadows, interpreting mundane events as signs. A stopped clock in a shop window would send a jolt through me. The smell of fine bourbon on a friend's breath brought the taste of Daryl's study vividly back. I was haunted not by a ghost, but by the continued, breathing existence of a murderer. Edison, of course, noticed my distraction. His gaze would linger on me a moment too long, his head tilted in that familiar way, but he said nothing. He respected the sanctity of a man's private thoughts, perhaps because his own were so often impenetrable. He was busy with a new problem, a forged Vermeer in Amsterdam, and the intricate deception of pigments and varnish consumed him. I was grateful for the distance it provided. Weeks turned into months. The dread softened into a low, constant hum, the background radiation of my new life. Then on a Tuesday afternoon of no particular significance, I saw him. Daryl. He was across the street, standing before the window of a rare book dealer, his posture as erect and unyielding as I remembered. He wasn't looking at the books. He was looking at the reflection of my office window. Our eyes met in the warped glass. He didn't smile. He didn't nod. He simply held my gaze for 3 long heartbeats, then turned and walked away, swallowed by the crowd. It was not an accident, it was a demonstration. He was showing me that the board was indeed everywhere and that he could place his pieces wherever he wished. The message of the key was now clear. It was not for the clock in his library, it was for me. He was inviting me to wind my own anxiety, to become the keeper of my own fear. That night I took the key and the letter opener from the drawer. I laid them on my desk under the lamplight. The pearl gleamed, the brass was dull, 2 halves of a terrible whole. I understood then that Daryl's loneliness was a predatory thing. He didn't want a friend, he wanted a witness. He wanted someone to look at him and see not the respectable, grieving brother, but the man who had committed the perfect crime and was now trapped in its perfect aftermath. My knowing the truth made me a part of it, a character in his ongoing story. I made a decision. I would not be his witness. I would not play my assigned part. I wrapped the key and the letter opener in thick brown paper, addressed the package to Blackwater House, and posted it without a return address. I was returning his artifacts. I was locking his door for him from the outside. The relief was immediate and immense. A physical weight seemed to lift from my shoulders. I had broken the circuit of our silent communication. I slept deeply for the first time in a year. The relief lasted for precisely 1 week. On the 8th day, the package was returned. The wrapping was the same, the string identical. My address was written in that same elegant hand. There was no postmark. It had been delivered by hand. Inside, the key and the letter opener lay as I had sent them. But now there was a note, a single sheet of heavy, cream-colored paper with the Blackwater House crest embossed at the top. The message was brief. Some locks, it read, cannot be picked from the outside, and some doors are not meant to be closed. The clock is still ticking. Can you not hear it? He was right. I could hear it. It was the sound of my own heart, a frantic, ticking thing in the quiet of my room. I had tried to end the game, but the other player had refused. He had the home advantage and all the time in the world. I looked at the objects on my desk, no longer just artifacts, but living, breathing extensions of his will. I had become the locked room, and Daryl held the only key. I did not open the returned package again. I left it on my desk, a silent, stubborn monument to my own defiance. Let it sit there. Let it gather dust. I would not be baited. I threw myself into my work with Edison, focusing on the minute details of the Vermeer forgery with a fervor that bordered on obsession. I needed the clean, logical lines of another man's mystery to scrub my mind clean. It was during this time that I began to notice a pattern in Edison's own behavior, a subtle shift that had nothing to do with Dutch masters. He had developed a new habit of checking his pocket watch, not the casual glance of a busy man, but a deliberate, almost ritualistic consultation. He would take it out, snap open the lid, stare at the face for a long moment, and then snap it shut with a sharp, final click. He did this at odd, quiet moments in the lull of a conversation or when he thought I was not looking. At first I thought nothing of it. Edison was a man of routines, but the frequency increased. And then, one evening as we reviewed notes in his study, he did it again. The click of the lid was like a gunshot in the quiet room. "Is there somewhere you need to be?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. He looked at me, his eyes strangely vacant for a second before they focused. "No," he said, "no, it is not that." He hesitated, his long fingers tracing the watch's silver case. "It is a memento from the Darrell affair." The name, spoken aloud after so long, hung in the air between us like a ghost. "I don't understand," I said, my mouth suddenly dry. "It arrived some months ago," he continued, his voice low and even. "No note, just the watch. It is one of a pair, you see, a family heirloom. The other belonged to Cannon. Darrell must have taken it from his brother's body." He snapped the lid open once more, showing me the face. The hands were motionless, frozen at the same hour as the clock on the mantelpiece. He stopped this one too, and then he sent it to me. A cold understanding washed over me. I had been wrong, so terribly wrong. I had thought Darrell's correspondence was a dialogue with me, his chosen witness, but I was merely the audience. Edison was the other player. Darrell had not sent the artifacts to share his burden. He had sent them to continue the game with the only mind he considered a worthy opponent. He was reminding Edison that his solution, however brilliant, had no power here. That the truth was a sterile, useless thing, without the authority to act upon it. "Why didn't you tell me?" I whispered. Edison closed the watch and slipped it back into his waistcoat pocket. "Because it is my burden, not yours. You were right to try and return his tokens. They are not gifts, they are tethers." He looked towards the window at the darkening city. "He is not lonely, he is bored. And a bored, brilliant man with a terrible secret is the most dangerous creature on earth. He is not trying to confess, he is trying to corrupt. He wants to pull me into his world, to make me a participant in his ongoing performance." I thought of the key and the letter opener sitting on my desk, of the returned package. I had been a conduit, a piece moved to get to the king. The realization was humiliating and terrifying. "What do we do?" I asked. Edison was silent for a long time. "We do nothing," he said finally. "To engage is to lose. He has crafted a perfect private hell and is offering us a tour. We must refuse the invitation. We must let his performance continue to an empty house." He turned back to his notes on the Vermeer, the subject closed. But I saw the way his hand strayed to his pocket, checking for the watch that was not there, a phantom limb of a forgotten game. We both knew it was not that simple. Darrell had not just sent a stopped watch. He had started a new one, a silent, parallel timepiece counting down in the dark of Edison's mind. And in the quiet of my own study, I could still hear the echo of its dead face, a syncopated rhythm against the frantic beating of my own heart. The game was not over. It had simply changed venues. The forgery case was solved with Edison's characteristic flair, a revelation of a flawed varnish that should not have existed for another century. The newspapers celebrated him, but the victory felt hollow, a cardboard set erected to hide a more permanent stage. I watched him accept the accolades, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. The stopped watch in his pocket was a weight that pulled him down, an anchor in a sea of trivialities. I tried to follow his advice to let the performance continue to an empty house. I boxed the key and the letter opener once more, but this time I did not mail them. I carried them down to the basement of my building, to a storage locker I rented but rarely used. I placed the box on a high, dusty shelf behind a stack of old manuscripts, a symbolic internment. I told myself it was over. Life for a few months achieved a semblance of normalcy. The dread receded, not gone, but dormant. Then in early autumn I received a letter. It was not from Darrell. It was from a law firm I did not recognize. The letter was brief and to the point. Mr. Darrell was dead. A sudden stroke in his library. He had been found in his chair by the fire, a book open on his lap. The funeral was a small, private affair already concluded. As per a specific clause in his will, I was to be notified. There was no explanation, no reason given for why I, a mere acquaintance from a single, tragic weekend, should be informed. It was not a request, it was a statement of fact. Another move on the board. I went to tell Edison, my mind reeling. I found him in his study, but he was not alone. A man I had never seen before, severe and dressed in a dark suit, was just leaving. He nodded to me once, a curt, professional gesture, and left without a word. Edison stood by the fireplace, his back to me. In his hand, he held a single sheet of paper. "He is dead," I said, the words feeling inadequate. "I know," Edison replied, his voice flat. He did not turn. That was his solicitor. "Why were we notified? What does it mean?" Finally he turned. His face was pale, a complex mixture of resignation and something else, something like grim triumph. "It means he had the last word." He handed me the paper. It was a last will and testament, a specific codicil. In clear legal language, Darrell bequeathed to Mr. Edison the entirety of his estate, Blackwater House, its lands, its contents, its stopped clocks. And to me, he left the contents of the library-esque grandfather clock. I stared at the paper, the words blurring. "I don't understand. Why?" "He has not just made me his heir," Edison said, a bitter smile touching his lips. "He has made me his successor. He has handed me the keys to his prison and named me the new warden. He has burdened me with the very thing he could no longer stand to possess." "And me?" I asked, my voice a whisper, the clock. "You are the witness," he said, "as always. You are to bear testament to what I become, living in his house, surrounded by his silence." We stood there in a silence of our own. The game was not over. Darrell had simply changed the rules from beyond the grave. He had locked us both into the final act of his story. I was to go to Blackwater House and open the clock. I was to retrieve whatever message or artifact Darrell had left ticking inside it for me. And Edison was to live there, to breathe the air his brother had died in, to become the new master of the locked room. The mystery was no longer about what happened to a man after he got away with murder. It was about what happens when he forces his sin upon another and makes them the keeper of his ghost. The journey to Blackwater House was a somber pilgrimage. The landscape, once merely bleak, now felt actively hostile, the skeletal trees like accusing fingers against a leaden sky. Edison did not speak during the drive. He stared straight ahead, his profile a mask of stone. He was not going to a new property. He was walking into a gilded cage of another man's design. The house itself was exactly as we had left it, a monument to arrested time. The same dust motes danced in the same slants of weak light, the same silence pressed down, heavier now, saturated with death. The solicitor met us at the door, his efficient presence a stark contrast to the brooding atmosphere. He handed Edison a heavy ring of keys and left with a sense of palpable relief, as if escaping a contagion. Edison took a deep, steadying breath and stepped across the threshold. I followed, the weight of the codicil in my pocket feeling like a lead slug. "I will be in the study," he said, his voice echoing in the vast hall. He did not look at me. He was already retreating into the role Darrell had crafted for him. I was left alone. My purpose was clear. I turned and walked toward the library. The door swung open on silent hinges. The room was cold, the fire long dead in the hearth, and there it stood, the grandfather clock, a dark sentinel in the corner. Its face was blank, its hands still pointing to that fatal hour. It was waiting for me. My steps were slow, deliberate. I felt like a man approaching his own execution. What could be inside? A final, gloating letter, the missing will, or something worse, something that would irrevocably tether me to this place and its history. I stood before the clock, my heart hammering against my ribs. The key from my desk drawer was in my hand, though I had no memory of taking it from the storage locker. It felt warm, alive. With a trembling hand, I reached out and fitted the key into the small, brass lock on the clock's face. It turned with a smooth, well-oiled click. The lock was released. I hesitated, my fingers on the small, decorative door. Then I pulled it open. There was no rolled parchment, no jeweled dagger, no final physical token. Inside, nestled in the dark space where the pendulum should have been, was Edison's pocket watch, the twin to the one Darrell had sent him. It lay there silent and cold. I picked it up. It was heavy. I turned it over in my palm. On the back, an inscription had been freshly engraved. It was not a date or a name. It was a single, stark question. WHOSC crime is it now? The air left my lungs. This was not a bequest. It was a transfer of guilt. Darrell had not just given Edison the house. He had given him the crime itself. He had reframed the entire affair. By accepting the estate, by living here, by possessing the knowledge without the power to absolve, Edison would become the new guardian of the secret. The sin would cling to him, a spectral inheritance. I heard a footstep behind me. I turned. Edison stood in the library doorway, his face ashen. He had seen the watch in my hand. "He has made me the heir to his guilt," Edison said, his voice hollow. "He has willed me his damnation." I held out the watch to him. He did not take it. He simply looked at it, then at me, and his eyes held a terrifying, newfound understanding. The mystery was finally solved, not by logic, but by a dead man's cruel legacy. We were both trapped. I was the witness to a crime that had no name, and he was the perpetrator of a murder he did not commit. The clock was ticking again, and it was counting down the seconds of our own corrupted peace. He walked past me, his shoulder brushing against the clock, and went to the window. He looked out over the gray grounds, his hands clasped tightly behind his back. "I cannot live here," he said, more to himself than to me. "To do so would be to accept the part he has written for me, to become a monument to his cleverness." "Then don't," I urged, the watch feeling like a live coal in my hand. "We can walk away. We can leave it all. Let the state have it." He shook his head, a slow, weary motion. "It is not about the property. It is about the principle. He has laid a trap of psychological perfection. To refuse is to admit I am haunted by it, that his game has power over me. To accept is to be slowly poisoned by the atmosphere. He has calculated every move." He turned from the window, his eyes landing on the watch I still held. "What does it say?" I showed him the engraving. He read it, and a strange, quiet laugh escaped him. It was a sound devoid of all humor. Of course, he is asking the only question that matters now. He finally took the watch from me, his fingers closing around it. He is asking me to define the crime. Is it the act of killing his brother, or is it the act of knowing and doing nothing? Or is it, perhaps, the crime of inheriting the consequences and allowing them to shape me? He walked to the fireplace and placed the watch on the mantelpiece, next to the stationary clock. The two dead faces stared out into the room. "I will not live here," he stated again with finality. "But I will not abandon it. I will have the house sealed, the furniture covered, the gardens left to grow wild. It will become a ruin, a mausoleum for his twisted legacy. And I will be its absent custodian, a man who owns a secret but refuses to live inside it." It was a solution of elegant defiance. He would not play the warden, but he would not flee the prison. He would own it, and in doing so, render it meaningless. We left the library, the two watches ticking their silent, parallel times on the mantel. As we walked through the hall towards the front door, I felt a shift within myself. The fear was still there, the dread of Darrell's long reach. But watching Edison formulate his response, I saw a third path. I was not just a witness. I was a chronicler. My role was not to simply observe the corruption, but to record the resistance to it. We stepped out into the cold afternoon air, and Edison pulled the heavy door shut behind us. The sound of the lock engaging was not an end, but a beginning. He did not look back at the house. He looked at me, and for the first time in months, his gaze was clear and focused, the ghost of the watch temporarily banished. "The game is not over," he said as we walked towards the car. "But we are no longer merely players. We are the authors of the next volume. And I find I have a taste for writing now." He got into the car, and I followed, leaving Blackwater House to its silence and its stopped clocks. We drove away, and I did not look back either. The story was not in the house anymore. It was in us, and it was just beginning. The car ride back to the city was a journey out of a dream. The world outside the windows seemed too bright, too loud, too real. We did not speak of Blackwater or Daryl. We spoke of the Vermeer case, of a new exhibition at the museum, of anything that was clean and untarnished. It was a deliberate act, a mutual forging of normalcy. Edison dropped me at my apartment. As I got out, he leaned across the seat. "Do not look for patterns where there are none," he said, his voice low. "He is gone, the rest is just echoes." I nodded, wanting to believe him, but when I entered my study, the first thing I saw was the empty space on my desk where the returned package had sat. The dust had been disturbed, the shape of the box a ghost on the wood. I had not put it there. I had buried it in the basement. A cold finger traced its way down my spine. I ran down the stairs to the storage locker. The lock was intact. Inside, everything was as I had left it, the stack of manuscripts untouched. I moved them, my hands trembling. The shelf behind them was empty. The box was gone. I stood there in the dusty, silent room, the air cold and still. He had not been content with his final move. He, or someone acting on his posthumous instructions, had been here. They had taken the key and the letter opener and returned them to my desk, a final, mocking gesture to prove that my defiance was a child's game. The artifacts were not mine to discard. They were on permanent loan. I walked back upstairs, my legs weak. I did not call Edison. He had his own battle to fight, his own watch to ignore. This was mine. I went to my desk and looked at the empty space. I would not put the box back. I would not acknowledge its return. I would let the ghost of it sit there, a void in the world. I sat down and took out a fresh sheet of paper. I picked up my pen and I began to write. I started from the beginning, from the first invitation to Blackwater House. I wrote down every detail, every word, every chilling artifact. I was no longer just a witness or a chronicler. I was an archivist of the absurd, a cartographer of a madman's mind. If Daryl wanted his performance to have an audience, I would give him one. I would record it all with a cold and clinical eye. I would turn his game into a text. The words began to flow, filling the page, and as I wrote, a strange calm settled over me. The frantic ticking in my chest began to slow, its rhythm finding a new, steadier beat, matching the scratch of my pen across the paper. The game was not over, but I was no longer a piece on the board. I was the one drawing the map. The next morning, a plain, unmarked package arrived for Edison. He brought it to my apartment, his expression unreadable. He placed it on my desk, right over the ghost of the previous one. We looked at it, two men confronted by a box. "We do not open it," he said. His voice was firm, but his eyes were on the package with a kind of dreadful fascination. "We burn it," I suggested, though I knew it was futile. "And the next one and the one after that, he has orchestrated this from beyond the grave. He has people assist him. To react is to play." He finally looked at me. "No, we ignore it. We let it sit. It is merely an object. It has no power. We do not grant it." He turned and left my study, leaving me alone with the unopened box. I tried to work, to read, to continue my writing, but my attention was pulled back to it again and again. It was a silence that screamed. By the afternoon, I could stand it no longer. I did not open it. I picked it up, carried it to a closet, and shut it inside, out of sight but never out of mind. A week passed, then another. Life insisted on its mundane rhythms. I continued my chronicle, the pages piling up. Edison immersed himself in a new case, a seemingly straightforward matter of a disputed signature. He attacked it with a ferocious energy I had not seen in him since before the first package arrived. He was building a fortress of normalcy, brick by brick. I was at the market when I saw it, a man tall and lean standing across the street of stalls, not shopping, not moving. He was simply watching me. He wore a dark coat and his face was in shadow, but I felt the weight of his gaze. My blood went cold. I turned away, my heart thudding, and when I gathered the courage to look back, he was gone. That evening I told Edison. He listened, his face grim. It is a reminder, he said, that the audience is also being watched. He wants us to feel his presence, even in his absence. It is a cheap theatrical trick. It worked, I said, my voice tight. Only if we let it. He stood and went to his own closet, retrieving the unopened package he had received. He held it for a moment, then placed it in the fireplace. He did not open it. He simply set a match to the paper and watched it burn. The flames licked hungrily at the cardboard, blackening it, consuming it. We watched in silence as it was reduced to ash. There, he said, a meaningless gesture, but it is my gesture. The next day, a second unmarked package arrived at my door. This one was smaller, heavier. I did not take it inside. I left it on the doorstep. Let the rain ruin it. Let a stranger take it. Let it be someone else's problem. When I woke the following morning, it was gone. For a moment, I felt a surge of relief. Then I saw it. It was sitting on the windowsill outside my study, visible through the glass. Someone had placed it there, a deliberate, impossible feat. They had been on the fire escape. They had been inches from my desk while I slept. I called Edison. He arrived within the hour, his coat still on. He looked at the box on the other side of the glass. He did not speak for a long time. He is not trying to corrupt us, not anymore, Edison said softly. He is trying to break us, to prove that his design is inescapable, that our defiance is a fiction we tell ourselves. What do we do? I asked, the old, helpless question returning. Edison turned from the window, a new, hard light in his eyes. We stopped playing defense. We have been reacting. It is time to act. He pointed a finger at the box on the windowsill. Leave it. Let it rot in the sun and the rain. It is nothing. We are going to find his players. We are going to find the solicitor who executed his will, the man who delivered these boxes, the man who watches you in the market. We are going to dismantle his machine piece by piece. The game is not over. But we are changing the rules. He picked up the phone on my desk, his movements sharp and decisive. He was no longer the haunted heir or the absent custodian. He was the detective again, but with a new, singular purpose. He was not solving a crime from the past. He was preventing one in the present, our own. He made several calls, his voice a low, insistent murmur. I stood by the window watching the box. It seemed smaller now, less significant, just a parcel of cardboard and tape. Edison's plan was a spark in the gloom. We would not be passive recipients of Daryl's posthumous performance. We would become investigators of the performance itself. The first step was the solicitor, Mr. Aldridge. He had been the one to hand Edison the keys, the one who had administered the will. He was the most visible link in the chain. We found his office in a quiet, respectable part of the city, all polished brass and dark wood. He received us with a professional courtesy that felt like a shield. The provisions of the will were unusual, I grant you, he said, steepling his fingers, but entirely legal. My client, Mr. Darrell, was of sound mind. His instructions were precise and left no room for ambiguity. And the delivery of the artifacts, Edison asked, his tone deceptively casual. The pocket watch sent to my office, the subsequent packages, were those part of your instructions? Aldridge's composure flickered. Subsequent packages, I am afraid I do not follow. My role concluded with the reading of the will and the transfer of the property. Any further communications were not handled by this firm. My client was meticulous. He engaged other parties for certain theatrical elements. Other parties, Edison repeated, names. I am bound by client confidentiality, Aldridge said, but he would not meet Edison's gaze. The client is dead, I said, my voice cutting through the stuffy air, and his theater is causing distress. Aldridge looked from me to Edison, a war behind his eyes. He was a man who valued order, and Daryl's scheme was a messy, unsettling affair. He opened a drawer and withdrew a small black notebook. He did not hand it to us, but he read from it. There is a courier service. Ethelred's they specialize in discreet timed deliveries. He also employed a private investigator for a time, a man named Croft. That is all I know. He closed the book. Now, if you will excuse me, I have another appointment. It was a thread, however thin. Ethelred's courier service had an address in a part of the city that was all but abandoned by night. Croft, the investigator, had a listing in the phone directory. We split the tasks. Edison, with his imposing presence, would confront the courier. I, with my less intimidating demeanor, would seek out Croft. Croft's office was above a laundromat, the air thick with the smell of detergent and damp concrete. He was a large man, gone to seed, with tired eyes and a shirt that was too tight. His office was a testament to a failing business. "Daryl," he said when I mentioned the name. He leaned back in his chair, which groaned in protest. "Yeah, I did some work for him. Odd bird, paid well." "What was the nature of the work?" I asked. "Surveillance," Croft said with a shrug, "on you and on him." He nodded as if confirming something to himself. He wanted to know your routines, your habits, where you bought your coffee, where he went for his walks. He was building a profile. "For what purpose?" He never said, he just wanted the information. I gave him his reports, he paid me in cash, and that was that. The job ended a week before he died. He looked at me, a flicker of curiosity in his weary face. He say why he needed it. "Yes, dead," I said flatly. Croft absorbed this without much surprise. Figures. He had that kind of air about him, like he was already halfway gone. He seemed to consider something. There was one thing, the last payment. It was too much, far too much. I tried to return the excess, but the instructions were clear. It was a retainer for future services. I figured he'd be in touch again. "Future services," I repeated, the phrase chilling me. "Yeah, I got a call 2 days ago, a recorded message from one of those automated services. It just said the performance continues." Then the line went dead. He shook his head. Like I said, an odd bird. I left his office with a feeling of profound violation. Daryl had not just been watching us at the end. He had been studying us, learning our patterns, laying the groundwork for his posthumous game. The man in the market was likely Croft's replacement, another hired pair of eyes. Daryl's machine was still running. I met Edison back at my apartment. He had had less success. Ethelred's was a shell, a vacant office with a desk and a disconnected phone. The trail was cold. "It doesn't matter," Edison said, his jaw set. "We have the principle, not the particulars." He hired men to watch us and deliver boxes. "We cannot stop every potential courier or spy, so we make their roles obsolete." How? By becoming utterly predictable. By living our lives as if the boxes do not exist, as if the watchers are not there. We grant them no reaction. We become the most boring subjects of observation imaginable. We drain the drama from his play. It was a strategy of supreme indifference, and so we began. We established a rigid, monotonous routine. The same cafe at the same time each morning, the same walk in the same park each afternoon. We spoke of nothing consequential. We showed no fear, no curiosity, no anger. The box remained on my windowsill, warping in the rain, fading in the sun. Another one arrived, and we left it on the doorstep until it was taken away. For a week, nothing happened. The man in the market did not reappear. The packages stopped coming. The silence felt different this time, not like a held breath, but like a genuine quiet. We had begun to hope. Then on the 8th day, the final move was played. It was not a package. It was a letter delivered by the regular post. It was addressed to me in Daryl's unmistakable, elegant hand. The postmark was from the day after he died. My hands were steady as I slid it open. Inside was a single sheet of paper. There was no greeting, no signature, just one line written in the same ink he had used for his will. "You have learned your parts well. The curtain may now fall." I showed it to Edison. He read it, and then he did something I had not seen him do in all the years I had known him. He smiled. It was not a happy smile, but it was a genuine one, a smile of pure, unadulterated triumph. "He has conceded," Edison said. "He has run out of moves. He built a maze designed for mice who would panic and run. We did not run. We sat in the center and refused to play. He has nothing left but a final, flattering lie. He took the letter from me, folded it neatly, and placed it in his pocket. "It is over," he said, and for the first time I believed it. I went to the window and finally brought the weather-beaten box inside. I did not open it. I placed it in the fireplace next to the ashes of its predecessor and set it alight. We watched it burn, and this time it felt like a true ending. The ghost had not been laid to rest. Some ghosts are too stubborn for that, but we had learned to live with its silence. The clocks in Blackwater House would remain stopped, but ours at last were free to find their own time.